Chapter 2202. Tina pulled out a few golden seeds from her storage ring and planted them into the ground. These seeds were not to be underestimated. They were divine objects known as the spring essence. If you gave them a drop of water, they would be able to create an entire forest. This was not an exaggeration. They really could create a vibrant forest. This was a testament to the divinity and life force of these seeds. Repairing the world can be done from the inside to the outside, or it can also be done from the outside to the inside. Little Na, are you trying to create a resonance between the environment and the world, then find a special way to repair the world? And Lin asked with a thoughtful expression, "You're so smart, Giant and Lin." Tina smiled. "It's like a dry well with no running water. I'll fill it up with water and let the water seep through the bottom of the well to see if I can find water of the same type. If I do, I'll be able to confirm the path and create a path for it." And Lin nodded. This was indeed a very good method, but it was also a test of the God of creation's understanding of themselves and the heavenly Tao. Tina buried a few spring origin seeds into the ground before taking out a kettle and pouring water onto the ground. The water glowed with green. This was also a divine object known as the divine water of creation, and it could bring the dead back to life. A single sip of this could cleanse the marrow of a cultivator and elevate their aptitude by several levels. When it fused with a living object, it could perfectly draw upon the life force of that object. The spring essence and the divine water of creation were a perfect match. Even if it was planted in chaos, it could create a vibrant forest world, let alone a desert that could transform into a forest. Sure enough, saplings began to emerge from the ground, and they grew taller and taller. Lush grasslands began to appear on the parched desert, and Lin could see that the dull and monotonous earth was beginning to glow with life, and it was expanding at an extremely fast rate. One small tree after another sprouted from the ground, and one stream after another began to flow. All types of vibrant flowers and plants began to spread across the earth. The earth turned green, and birds and insects began to sing. Life had appeared in the divine mirror world. Some of them were doing push-ups, some were doing yoga, some were doing sit-ups, and some were dancing hip-hop. All of them were as lively and energetic as teenagers. "These little people are so cute," and Lin praised. "They are the messengers of spring." Tina smiled as she looked at the tiny people before her. Look at them. They're full of vitality and vitality. As long as they exist, the divine mirror world can transform from a barren desert into an oasis. When the messenger of spring heard Tina's words, it seemed to be very happy. In front of the two of them, it began to shake its buttocks, its green limbs, and its green head as it began to dance in an enchanting and lively manner. There is no need to mention how smug and enchanting she looked. Do you see that, Giant and Lin? Their life force is so powerful that they don't even need a creator to gain sentience. They're the future of the divine mirror world. Tina spoke with envy in her eyes, and Lin pointed at the dancing little green men. I can understand why they're dancing, but why did their green heads suddenly turn grayish-brown? Tina's expression faltered upon seeing the grayish-brown color on the little green men's heads. Right at this moment, the grayish-brown color suddenly spread over the little green men's entire bodies. The little green men who were dancing merrily also noticed this, and their movements became sluggish. They looked at one another before discovering with shock and horror that their little friends had transformed from little green men into little brown men. Yeah. The little brown men began to wail with anguish. Crap, they're suffering backlash from heaven and earth. Tina's expression shifted, and she immediately used her authority to prevent this from happening. However, this backlash was extremely powerful, to the extent that even Tina was unable to withstand it. The heaven and earth had already grown accustomed to the vast expanse of desert, and it was completely unaccustomed to the exuberant vitality before its eyes. As such, it developed an extremely strong sense of rejection toward this kind of heresy. The origin of the world had already been destroyed, and only desolation and destruction were suitable for this world. Any living beings would be rejected by the entire world, as if the entire world was trying to walk toward destruction. Yee! The little brown men jumped and jumped before falling face first to the ground. The green grass and flowers wilted, the vibrant trees' leaves withered, the tree trunks decayed, and the rivers disappeared into the sand. No, no. Tina looked on as the scenery before her slowly walked toward destruction. It was as if the entire world was walking toward destruction, but she was completely powerless to do anything. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Soon, all of the green in the area completely disappeared. The envoys of spring that were still dancing merrily just a moment ago also fell to the ground. And Lin was also completely powerless to do anything. He was unable to prevent the backlash, nor was he able to intervene in this evolution of life. Otherwise, it would only backfire on him. The entire world returned to its bleak and desolate state. Tina pursed her lips tightly and picked up the envoys of spring, only to see them disintegrate into specks of light. Not even their corpses were left behind for her to cherish. Is this path not going to work after all? Tina murmured to herself. The concept and train of thought are correct, but the envoys of spring are unable to withstand the backlash. In other words, those little green men are simply too weak, and Lin concluded. Tina pursed her lips. The spring essence and the divine water of creation are already the most powerful treasures I can offer. If even that doesn't work, then what else can I do? Even the high-ranked divine items are so weak. I'm starting to think that they're fake. And Lin opened his mouth to say something, but he swallowed his words in the end. These divine items could actually repair a normal world with no issues. The problem was that the backlash of the divine mirror world was simply too terrifying. Even the heavenly darkness god was struck by a sense of trepidation. The intensity of the backlash also represented the level of the world. Thinking about it this way, Tina's divine mirror world had most likely reached an unfathomable level. And Lin thought about it for a moment before bringing out a green water droplet from his storage ring. Little Na, why don't you try this? What's this? Tina accepted the green water droplet and placed it in front of her eyes to find that it was a vast expanse of green, and there seemed to be something very special contained within it. This is something that I obtained by chance from a living world. It contains extremely powerful life force energy, and is definitely of a higher level than those two divine items. You can try planting it as a seed. And Lin pretended to be nonchalant as he spoke. This was a deal that he had made with the heavenly life god. The heavenly life god had given him this thing known as the heart of life, and she said that it contained the purest essence of life and could be used to save his life in dire situations. And Lin felt like this thing would perhaps have a miraculous effect in the divine mirror world. As for saving his life, he had to keep it for himself. Little Na's world had already been reduced to such a state, so of course he had to give it to her first, and Lin did not hesitate in the slightest. Chapter 2203. Tina could sense that the green water droplet that Lin had given her was extraordinary. Furthermore, she could sense that it was resonating with the heavenly Tao that she was in control of. Giant and Lin, this thing, she instinctively felt like this item was far too valuable. This is a treasure of the goddess of life. I only stole it from her, so feel free to use it, and Lin replied with a nonchalant expression. Tina was a little skeptical, but she finally stuck out her tongue at the sight of Lin's irrefutable expression. Thank you, Giant and Lin. What's this thing called? It's called the heart of life. Heart of life. Life is just a concept. Does it really have a heart? Even the heavens have hearts. So how could life not have hearts? You're right. A faint smile appeared on Tina's face as she looked at the green water droplet in her hand. She carefully planted the heart of life into the ground of the divine mirror world. On the surface, it looked as if she was burying a green water droplet into the ground. However, She was actually burying the heart of life into the heavenly Tao. She trusted in Lin, so she decided to use the heart of life to allow the heavenly Tao to experience life and rediscover the feeling of life. An unimaginable sense of excitement instantly surged through the entire heaven and earth. In that instant, Tina was also enshrouded by a peculiar green light. The soil on the ground began to become more fertile, and flowers and grass began to sprout from the ground. Small saplings began to grow rapidly and forests began to appear. Soon, the entire barren desert was transformed into a vast expanse of land filled with vitality, and this trend was still quickly spreading. And Lin was still extremely nervous upon seeing this. The sudden death of the envoy of spring, Dance, told him not to celebrate too early. Only by enduring the backlash of heaven and earth would he be able to have the last laugh. Extremely dense life energy flowed and surged above the ground. An azure light of life rose into the sky from the spot where the seed had been planted, cleansing the pale white sky of all impurities, making it appear especially clear and blue. The disturbance caused by this life heart is even more intense than those two divine items combined. It looks like there's hope, and Lin said happily as he watched the excitement unfold. Ugh. Tina let loose a muffled groan as cold sweat poured down her body. The most essential life force energy surged into her body in a frenzy, sending her flying into the sky. Little Na, why are you flying into the sky? And Lin was given a fright. Giant and Lin, your life heart is so powerful. I can feel an endless stream of running water. An endless stream of running water. Tina flew into the sky before transforming into specks of light that merged into heaven and earth. Only a voice was left echoing between heaven and earth. Giant and Lin, I'm going to repair the essence of this world. Wait for me. Immediately afterward, Tina's existence completely disappeared, and Lin stood on the ground and looked at the world around him, feeling quite confused. What was going on? What happened to the heaven and earth backlash? Why didn't come? In the blink of an eye, he had reached his goal and could repair the world origin now. Was the life heart really that powerful? He recalled the serious expression on the heavenly life goddess face when she handed the water droplet to him. It seemed like the life heart really was quite important. At the very least, it had to be the essence of the heavenly Tao of life of the Taichu continent. The life force energy proliferated in an extremely violent manner. The divine mirror world was filled with life again. It was truly filled with life. It wasn't like the forest that the envoy of spring had created in the past. Instead, all types of terrain, plants, and animals began to appear. It was like a withered tree being reborn. The world was changing very quickly. The heavenly Tao was also contributing to this change. It was as if the world was retaliating after experiencing countless disasters. And Lin could sense that the subconscious will of the heavenly Tao was still resisting the power of the life heart, but that power was being nullified by an even more powerful burst of power from the life heart and the subconscious will of the heavenly Tao. And Lin came to a sudden realization. It wasn't that the heavenly Tao wasn't retaliating. It was just that the life heart was too powerful. The heavenly Tao also had two tendencies. One was the desire to die, while the other was the desire to live. In the past, the desire to die was the dominant force, and the envoy of spring was immediately crushed. But now, due to the appearance of the life heart, the world seemed to have fallen into some kind of climax. The desire to live suddenly took over and unleashed boundless power. The life heart had successfully resisted the heavenly Tao's backlash. This world was beginning to change. Tina began to use her authority to change the topography of the world. Glaciers, polar regions, rivers, oceans, mountain ranges, forests, the landscape of the past began to reappear. Vital energy also began to recover, and Lin looked on in silence. This world had transformed from a barren hell into a paradise. This was a very special and dreamlike experience, and his heart surged with emotions. This is a miracle, Life is a miracle. And Lin suddenly understood what the heavenly life goddess was saying. He could sense the vitality of the world. He could sense the elation of heaven and earth. And he could even sense that the heavenly Tao was showing signs of returning to its youth. The item that the heavenly life goddess had given him was quite good. However, the item that he had given the heavenly life goddess was not bad either. This was a fair exchange. In the end, vitality spread throughout the entire world. The world regained its splendor. Even the Black Sea at the center of the world had become a milky white ocean. The all-engulfing abyssal sea had been transformed into the all-nurturing Sea of Hope. And Lin was the only intelligent living being who had witnessed all of this. At this moment, a beautiful fairy who looked as if she had just walked out of a dream slowly descended from the sky. Her features were as beautiful as a painting, and she wore a vibrant smile on her face. Before she even landed, a pleasant fragrance wafted toward him. Giant and Lin, the essence of this world is already being repaired. I'm sure that the divine mirror world will become the divine mirror world that it once was. Tina spoke with an elated expression, and Lin was also very happy to see such an energetic Tina. He wanted nothing more than to turn around and give the Life Heart a 5-star review. This Life Heart was so worth it. By the way, can we release all of the living beings in the divine mirror world? And Lin had not seen his old friends for a long time, so he couldn't wait any longer. I still have to make some preparations. After all, there are 5 gods of creation and hundreds of billions of intelligent living beings in there. The energy required is extremely vast, so it'll take a few days before a suitable passageway can be constructed to transport all of the living beings into the divine mirror world. Tina replied with a serious expression, and Lin was rooted to the spot upon hearing this. Hundreds of billions of intelligent living beings? Was the divine mirror world already this big? And there were 5 gods of creation. Holy Mother of God. Chapter 2204. And Lin was indeed astonished. What kind of beings were gods of creation? Even in the center of the universe, the Tai Chu continent was a legendary existence that was rarely seen. If one had to count them, they could be counted on 2 hands. They weren't even talking about small goals like dominating a realm. After all, such small goals were easily obtainable, and they were completely insignificant to them. Every single one of them was a paramount being of a certain power or tribe. They had extremely lofty statuses, and they wouldn't be afraid even if the sky collapsed. And there were 5 of them in the divine mirror world. And Lin suddenly thought back to the carcass of the dragon he had seen near the Black Sea. That dragon seemed to be a god of creation, which meant that there were most likely more than 5 god of creation stage beings in the history of the divine mirror world. Just what had happened in the divine mirror world. And Lin was struck by a sense of horror. If he were to tell the members of the divine mirror division that there were now 5 gods of creation in the divine mirror world, who knew what their expressions would be like. Even Lin was astonished. They were probably going to be scared, **less. If we can get those 5 gods of creation to join the heaven-crushing united army, wouldn't our journey to the heaven-crushing realm be even smoother? And Lin's eyes lit up. That's what little Na was thinking as well. Tina pursed her lips with a smile. Wait, gods of creation are usually very independent and have their own ideas. Why would they agree to take such a risk for no reason? And Lin was struck by a headache upon thinking of this. At this moment, a warm and soft sensation came from his arm. Tina had already latched onto Lin's arm with a faint smile on her face. Don't think too much, Giant and Lin. They're all very obedient, and they'll all listen to me. Really? Of course. When has little Na ever lied to you? Tina replied without any hesitation. What was the point of nurturing all these underlings if they didn't come out to help her? She might as well raise pigs. And Lin left the divine mirror world. The restoration of the world had already begun, and the next step was to complete the restoration of the world, as well as the restoration of the essential power. Tina was the only one to oversee all of this, and Lin returned to Yutong Divine City. At this point, Tina was already able to lock onto his aura, and she was able to open up a passageway between the two worlds to enter and exit at will. What does this look like? It was like a plug-in that could be carried around with you. Tina's world was his world. When he was in danger, all he had to do was yell, "Save me, Tina!" and the little fairy would be able to summon a group of people from another world to help him fight. Doesn't this seem like he's carrying a world with him as his backing? Even a god of creation wouldn't be this flashy, right? It was exactly because of this that Lin's gait was like a gust of wind as he walked. Soon, he arrived at the Orchid Forest courtyard. "Greetings, Lord Sovereign." "Long live the Emperor, Lord." The proud vermilion birds bowed respectfully to Lin. They used to think that Su Xiaolan was their only source of light, but after seeing Lin, they realized that there was actually someone in this world who was worthy of their empress. The great empress, Dao, partner, was naturally their Lord Sovereign. No need for formalities, and Lin waved a nonchalant hand. "By the way, has Xiaolan come out of seclusion yet?" Reporting to Lord Emperor, "Not yet." Vermilion Bird, Nan, Li was still as respectful as ever, and Lin nodded. Who knew how long Su Xiaolan's seclusion would take? Actually, he had also learned about the existences that broke through to the Genesis tier. Some comprehended in a single day and would be able to attain Tao and create a world at night. Some were like a trickling stream, and after hundreds of thousands or millions of years, they would accumulate and form an ocean. Only after accumulating to a certain extent would they be able to climb to the pinnacle. Of course, there were also powerful beings like the Celestial Arch, who were still stuck at the Tao integration pinnacle stage even after countless years. There were actually quite a few of them. What kind of powerful being was Su Xiaolan? She probably didn't even know herself. In any case, he was just going to observe in silence. What if he were to attain enlightenment? And Lin didn't want to distract Xiaolan, so he strolled along the streets of Yutong City. It was a warm and sunny day, and there were quite a few soldiers strolling along the streets. All of them greeted Lin enthusiastically. If Lin were to wave at them, he wouldn't be able to keep up with all of them, so he just nodded at them like a powerful being would. In the end, he walked like a woodpecker for the rest of the journey. He was starting to understand why some celebrities were so cold and aloof. If they were a little more enthusiastic toward their fans, they would tire themselves to death. Sigh. Being famous is like being fat, and Lin shook his head. He felt like he was about to develop a cervical spondylosis from nodding so much. He suddenly recalled the cervical spine exercises that Dubai had taught him, and Lin looked up into the sky and murmured to himself, "Drawing *T in the sky? And Lin gave it a try and found that it was quite effective. He wasn't afraid of being seen by others. After all, no one would think in that direction. On the contrary, a few of Lin's fanatical admirers thought that Lin was cultivating something, and they began to imitate him by drawing *T in the sky. Just as Lin finished drawing the 12th *T, the sky was suddenly enveloped by a golden light. Boom! The sky trembled. The great Tao of heaven and earth resonated. It was as if something had exploded in the east. All of the living beings in Yutong City were startled, and Lin soared into the sky. At the same time, his eyes became deep and dark as he stared at the end of the horizon in the east. There was a boundless light that was even more dazzling than the sun. The golden light engulfed his vision. It was as if everything in the east was on fire, and Lin stared toward the east, trying to discern something. At this moment, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared in the east. These eyes were imbued with boundless light, and unless one was a powerful being, it would be impossible to detect them. And Lin felt that gaze. It was bright, scorching, and purifying, as if it was going to turn him into particles of light in an instant. However, Lin was unmoved. He stood silently in the sky and stared at the pair of eyes. The owner of the eyes was a little surprised. Then the enmity in the eyes receded, and there was even a hint of provocation in them. The light continued to shine. However, the pair of eyes that made Even and Lin's heart palpitate disappeared. All of the living beings on the Tai Chu continent were alarmed by the extreme light in the east. Even the winds and clouds in the world were stirred up by this peerless light. They all knew that after a short period of peace, a storm was about to strike again. This was the brightest day in the entire Tai Chu continent. The sky was very bright, and so was the earth. However, it wasn't scorching. Instead, many living beings were struck by a sense of peace and tranquility. However, all of the living beings were feeling very uneasy. They all knew that a calamity was about to befall them, and Lin looked toward the east, and an unprecedented battle intent erupted from his body. It looks like the heavenly light goddess has successfully completed her transformation. I wonder who is stronger between her and me? Chapter 2205 Tai Chu Continent, Purple Star Ruins. The heaven-breaking, glazed palace stood tall above a land of eternal light. Inside the palace, Cyril's relaxed expression changed. The heavenly light goddess is getting restless. We have to speed up. Hearing this, Chin nodded. If she attacks, we can only defend. Fortunately, the great heaven-crushing array has been set up. We can stay in the heaven-crushing, glazed palace and wait for it to finish accumulating energy. How much power have you accumulated? Cyril asked. In terms of quantity, I can already break the heavens, but the success rate is too low. I want to continue increasing the energy, Chin said calmly. How is the universe's energy absorption going? Do you need me to make a few more holes in Panga's rampart? Cyril asked. Chin shook his head. Forget it. If we destroy too much, Panga might sense it and suddenly return to this world. If that happens, forget about the supreme heavenly god. All of our plans will be screwed. Cyril thought back to that gigantic figure, and he didn't refute Chin's words. Only those who had experienced Panga's power would know how terrifying it was. A primal, chaos elder god. I wonder who's stronger between him and your master? Cyril chuckled as he glanced at Chin. Chin was still as calm as still water when he heard this, and he said indifferently, after Master transcended the three realms, he ignored the mortal world. Even if Panga challenged him to a fight, he wouldn't fight. What if Panga hits you? Cyril suddenly asked. Chin thought for a moment. He'll eat a watermelon while watching. Cyril, all right, it seemed that when people reached a certain level, they would really be indifferent to other things. Chin was a human from the ancient Tai Chu realm, and his master could be said to be the most powerful being in the entire ancient Tai Chu realm. It was very likely that he was the one who had written the records of the destruction of the ancient Tai Chu realm, as well as the mastermind behind the destruction of the ancient Tai Chu realm. Cyril was tossing a series of high-density energy crystals toward the heaven-crushing formation when he suddenly turned around and said, By the way, I heard that Lin swallowed your master's bones. Chin fell silent. After a while, he said, This is Lin's immortal fate. Cyril smiled. Aren't you afraid that your master will beat him up? That's your master's skeleton. It's very precious. Chin shook his head. I'll protect Lin. Tiesa. Cyril didn't know how to respond to Chin's nonchalant response. Chin's master was also known as the heavenly true immortal. It was an extremely transcendent and ethereal existence. Even gods of creation who had lived for countless years were struck by this mysterious being, let alone Tao integration stage mighty figures. It was as if he were being hidden above the great Tao, and no living beings in this world were able to detect his existence. Being stared at by such an existence, one would definitely feel uneasy. Poor Lin. He probably didn't know what kind of existence he had provoked. Don't think too much about it, Chin said. Let's focus on Heavenbreaker. If we fail, we'll all be annihilated. Cyril smiled in agreement as he continued to toss one energy crystal after another into the vortex at the center of the palace. Each and every energy crystal here was imbued with the same amount of energy as the core of a planet. If they were released, they would be able to reduce an entire realm to rubble. Cyril was tossing these terrifying creatures into the vortex as if they were jelly beans. The pillar of energy rising into the sky became denser and denser. Who knew just how much energy was imbued within this pillar of light? All they knew was that once the pillar of light exploded, it would be able to destroy heaven and earth. At the eastern heavenly gate, a woman in a light black dress with a slender waist stood before the heavenly gods. There was no hostility in her crimson eyes. Instead, there was a hint of laziness and purity in them. Next, I need to do something extremely important. It's something that can decide the outcome of the war from now on. The most important thing that can decide the outcome of the war. The woman's voice was clear and gentle as she spoke in an unhurried manner. Heavenly Light Goddess, what is your most important task? The Heavenly Karma God asked with a scorching light in her eyes. The Heavenly Light Goddess replied, I'm going to the ancient Tai Chu realm to forge a weapon that belongs solely to me, a damaged sword of the Heavenly Tao. Damaged sword of the Heavenly Tao. All of the heavenly gods' eyes lit up upon hearing this. The current Heavenly Light Goddess combat prowess was far superior to all the other paramount beings, and she was still going to forge a sword of the Heavenly Tao? Just how powerful would her combat prowess be? No wonder the Heavenly Light Goddess said that this was something that could determine the outcome of this battle. However, it was understandable that she was going to forge a sword of the Heavenly Tao, but why did she say it was a damaged sword of the Heavenly Tao? Right at this moment, the Heavenly Light Goddess continued, I'm going to leave for a while. I'll be counting on all of you to guard the eastern heavenly gate during this time. Heavenly Light Goddess, I'll bestow upon you a portion of the power of light. You'll have to disguise yourself as me and make the other enemies think that I'm still at the eastern heavenly gate. A handsome man with flowing golden hair and jade-like skin bowed, respectfully with a smile. Yes, Heavenly Light Goddess, I'll be sure to complete this mission perfectly. The Heavenly Light Goddess pointed a finger, and a beam of golden light shot into the Heavenly Light Goddess's forehead. His aura swelled drastically as the power of light radiated from his body. Ah, what a wonderful and powerful power! The Heavenly Light Goddess couldn't help but moan softly. All right, do you have any more questions? The Heavenly Light Goddess continued to speak to the heavenly gods before her. I have a question. The girl in the golden tortoise's shell raised her fair and slender hand. Black Mist, go ahead. The Heavenly Light Goddess nodded. May I ask when you'll be back? Heavenly God Black Mist asked. 3 days at least, 10 days at most. It won't be very long, the Heavenly Light Goddess replied. All of the heavenly gods heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. They were afraid that the Heavenly Light Goddess would take too long to return. If too much time passed, and the enemy had already finished destroying or mending the heavens, it would be useless even if the Heavenly Light Goddess returned. 10 days was not a very long time. Do you have any other questions? The Heavenly Light Goddess asked. All of the heavenly gods had no objections. Just like that, the Heavenly Light Goddess forcibly tore open a spatial gate between the two worlds under the watchful eyes of all of the heavenly gods. Then, she stepped into the spatial gate and disappeared. The Heavenly Light Goddess has left. It's up to us now. We have to guard the eastern heavenly gate. All of the heavenly gods were filled with fighting spirit, as if they had shouldered some kind of mission. Heavenly God Black Mist blinked. He walked to a certain island in the East Sea under the guise of patrolling and patted the head of a certain sea turtle. The sea turtle jumped into the water and disappeared. Chapter 2206. Both Chinshi City and Yutong City had entered a state of emergency. These were the two largest cities on the Tai Chu continent defending against the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army. There were countless powerful beings gathered here, and their defenses were so tight that not even a fly would be able to sneak into the city. In the clouds above Yutong City, a light-wing clan archangel suddenly opened his eyes before flicking a finger toward a certain spot in the air. A burst of energy traveled over 30,000 meters before reducing a ladybug flying toward the city to dust. Humph! A mere ladybug dares to invade our city? What a reckless idiot! The archangel looked at the ladybug with a cold expression. This was the 91,233rd intruder he had killed. As the guardian of a small area, he was quite responsible. In this area, not even bacteria had the right to step into Yutong Divine City. Of course, he didn't care about bacteria. He only cared about the big ones. Heavenly Angel Chengguangda, War God Lin is here to deliver some snacks to you. A little angel flew toward the archangel in the sky before handing a spirit pill to Chengguangda in a respectful manner. This sect leader in Lin is far too considerate. Heavenly God Qingguang was extremely touched as he held the spirit pill in his hands. He was a little reluctant to eat it. Don't worry, Heavenly Angel Chengguangda. War God and Lin said that there will be spirit pills for you every day to replenish your energy and relieve your fatigue. The little angel chuckled. Relieve fatigue with a spirit pill? That was way too extravagant. Heavenly Angel Cheng Guangda sighed with emotion, but he still put the spirit pill away into his storage ring. This was a spirit pill from Enlin, and it was very valuable, so he had to take good care of it. He, Chengguang, would rather eat his own spirit pill than eat Enlin's spirit pill. Thus, Chengguangda brought out one of his own spirit pills and tasted it. Sect leader Enlin, you're so nice. He praised. The little angel's lips twitched upon seeing this, and he bowed in farewell. Why was it that all of the mighty figures were like this? They basically refused to eat the spirit pills from War God Enlin, and they would munch on their own spirit pills while praising Enlin. This was way too strange. The little angel in charge of delivering Dandan was completely confused. Qingguang had just finished tasting the delicious spirit pill when he suddenly discovered something strange. Who is it? He suddenly turned his gaze to the ground and said with a vigilant expression, It's not a person, it's a turtle. A giant turtle riding on a whirlwind fierce rabbit ran over from afar and shook its head. Qingguang was taken aback by the reaction of the turtle on the ground. The next moment, he pulled out the holy spear from his back and said solemnly, Do you have a pass or an invitation? Yutong Divine City is a forbidden area. All living beings without a pass or invitation should leave immediately. Anyone who trespasses will be killed. I don't have a pass, but I have something to say to Enlin. Ocean pulled the whirlwind rabbit's ear to make it slow down. How dare you? Is War God Enlin someone you can meet just because you want to? Chengguang gripped the holy spear tightly, and his aura surged as he spoke fiercely. The turtle ignored Chengguang's threat and continued to shake its head. I have confidential information that I want to tell him personally. It's his loss if he doesn't come. Chengguang burst into laughter upon hearing this. Ha ha ha! War God Enlin is a very busy man. You're just a turtle that popped out of nowhere. You think you can get an audience with Master Enlin just because you have some confidential information? Tell me, what secret do you have? Suddenly, a man in white appeared in front of the turtle. Chengguang's expression changed, and he immediately bowed. Great Angel Qingguang pays his respects to War God Enlin. No need for formalities. The man in white waved his hand. He was Enlin, who had nothing better to do. He suddenly appeared in front of the rabbit. The whirlwind fierce rabbit was so scared that it slammed on the brakes. The giant turtle on its back reacted half a beat too late. Due to inertia, it pulled on the rabbit's ear and fell to the ground. The turtle and the rabbit rolled to Enlin's feet, just like that. There's no need for such formalities. Enlin looked at the strange creature that was prostrating itself to him. The corners of his mouth twitched, but he was still as calm as before. Ahem, I knew Lin would miss out on any confidential information. The sea turtle struggled to turn over and lay on the ground. It stretched its neck, put away its embarrassed expression, and said slowly, "Of course, I won't let go of any clues. I heard that there's a secret, so I came." "So, what secret do you want to tell me?" And Lin, who was busy every day, wouldn't say that he had nothing better to do, and ran over when he heard that there was a secret. The surrounding tens of thousands of miles were under his supervision. The conversation between the giant turtle and Changguang naturally fell into his ears. I can't say. The turtle shook its head. "What are you doing here if you don't tell me?" And Lin glared at the turtle. The turtle shrank its head, turned around, and said, "Look at my shell!" And Lin looked at the turtle's shell and immediately understood what it was thinking. It turned out that the veined patterns on this shell were very special and contained some kind of information. Could it be that they were afraid that the other paramount heavenly gods would be able to detect it? The other party's information encryption was pretty good, and Lin nodded and began to study it carefully. He discovered that the veined patterns on the turtle's shell would alternate between light and shadow under the sun, thereby conveying some kind of information. This method was very familiar, as if he had used it before. He didn't need to learn it to be able to instinctively read some kind of information from these projections. Furthermore, this was information that only those who possessed the purest power of darkness had the right to read. The person conveying this information to him was one of his own, and Lin's heart was suddenly filled with excitement. The heavenly light goddess was going to the ancient Tai Chu realm to forge an extremely terrifying damaged sort of the heavenly Tao. 3 to 10 days? The eastern heavenly gate was being guarded by the heavenly light goddess? And Lin frantically read the information, and his heart was filled with shock. He was astonished by the heavenly light goddess's plan. He was also astonished by the source of this information. So he also had a pawn in the enemy's camp? How thrilling! So the question was, could he trust the heavenly light goddess's words? How could he be sure that the heavenly light goddess really wanted to join his camp and wasn't just setting him up? Even if the heavenly light goddess was using a method that he was familiar with, that didn't mean that she was one of his own. Heavenly God, Void God, was once his subordinate, and the heavenly sea god referred to him as his brother. The most unreliable thing these days was the friendship of the heavenly gods. The person who had conveyed the information referred to herself as the heavenly darkness goddess, and she was one of the subordinates of the heavenly darkness goddess. That sounded quite cowardly, but it was also very realistic. And Lin had heard of the heavenly darkness goddess before. On the Eastern Front battlefield, she carried a golden turtle shell on her back. Her combat prowess was extremely powerful, and she knew how to protect herself. She fled as soon as the situation turned sour. So many heavenly gods had died, but she hadn't even sustained any serious injuries. However, this wasn't the reason why Lin trusted her. To be honest, this was very difficult to verify unless he sent an army to attack the Eastern Heavenly Gate. However, if he did that, it would be very easy to alert the enemy. So the question was, should he go to the ancient Tai Chu realm? Chapter 2207. In the past, Lin had always been troubled by the fact that all of his former subordinates had betrayed him after he became the heavenly darkness goddess. He shouldn't have been this bad in the past. Now he finally had subordinates who were willing to follow him. However, he was in disbelief. This was a very contradictory feeling. Right now he had 3 choices. The first one was to deploy his troops and attack the Eastern Heavenly Gate. If the Heavenly Light Goddess really wasn't there, then he would blow up the Eastern Heavenly Gate in one go. If the Heavenly Light Goddess was there, then he would retreat and let this matter pass. The second was to sneak into the ancient Tai Chu realm and foil the Heavenly Light Goddess plan. If there was an opportunity, then he would see if he could capture the Heavenly Light Goddess in the ancient Tai Chu realm. The third was to ignore everything and just go back to eat, sleep, and beat up Dowdu. And Lin fell into deep thought. The sea turtle thought that Lin was thinking, so it raised its head and asked, "You don't understand?" And Lin came to his senses, and looked at the sea turtle with a sinister smile. I was thinking, this information is too important. Should I destroy your corpses to prevent it from being leaked? The sea turtle and the rabbit were on the verge of tears upon hearing this. Ah, war god and Lin, don't kill me, I'm just a messenger. The sea turtle shrank back into its shell and begged for mercy. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Don't kill me, I'm just an errand boy. The rabbit used the sea turtle's shell as a shield as it begged for mercy. And Lin couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of these two clowns. All right, I'm just joking. I won't kill the innocent. Here, this is your reward. And Lin tossed 2 high-rank spirit pills to the sea turtle and rabbit. The sea turtle and rabbit trembled as they accepted the pills, but they didn't dare to eat them. Who knew if they were poisoned by a powerful being? And Lin smiled lightly before turning to leave. Farewell, war god and Lin. The archangel bowed. The sea turtle hurriedly lay down. Farewell, patriarch and Lin. Whirlwind rabbit quickly kowtowed. Ancestor and Lin is unparalleled throughout the ages. After saying that, the 2 animals ran away. When Archangel Changguang saw that Lin wasn't hostile towards the 2 things, he naturally wouldn't make things difficult for them and let them leave. At this moment, in the easternmost region of the Tai Chu continent, the girl with the golden turtle shell on her back was lying on the beach. Her arms and legs were spread wide open, and she was basking in the sun without any makeup on. Under the sunlight, the tortoise shell sparkled with a golden light, even more dazzling than a pearl. At this moment, the young girl's heart was also heavy with worries. Will the heavenly darkness goddess really believe me? If the heavenly light goddess finds out that her plan has been foiled, will she suspect me? Should I go and join the enemy now? Otherwise, I won't be able to escape in the future. The heavenly light goddess is so powerful now, so it'll be very difficult for the heavenly darkness goddess to defeat her, right? Does this mean that I've chosen the loser's side? Wah, I should have done nothing and not known anything. I feel like following in Lin is a trap. The more heavenly goddess Black Mist thought about it, the more she regretted her decision. Why did she betray Lin in the first place? So be it. There was no turning back now anyway. If you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog. After acknowledging a master, there was no point in changing. Unless that master ignored her message and went back to sleep. Within Yutong City, and Lin lay down on his bed. He wanted to sleep. He wanted to put everything aside and take a good rest. After all, was he really going to venture into the ancient Tai Chu realm for such a vague message? What secret? What allegiance? It all depended on heavenly goddess Black Mist's words. Back then, the heavenly sea god had asked him to join forces with him to screw over the heavenly earth god, and the heavenly sea god had put on a good show. In the end, even his sworn brother was going to screw over him. However, what if heavenly goddess Black Mist was telling the truth? If that was the case, he had to foil the heavenly light goddess plan. Sigh, why are you always giving me death sentences? And Lin tossed and turned in bed, and for some reason he recalled the scene of heavenly goddess Lin Yu looking at him with tears streaming down her face. He took a deep breath before sitting up. So be it. Heavenly goddess Black Mist is my subordinate. If she's my subordinate, then even if she doesn't follow me, she won't screw me over. I feel like I still have that bit of charisma. And Lin made up his mind and immediately made his way out the door. Darkwing Emperor, and Lin yelled. A dark shadow suddenly appeared. Immediately afterward, it transformed into a majestic man with a pair of massive black wings. What instructions do you have for me, Your Majesty? The Darkwing Emperor spoke in an extremely respectful voice. I have to leave the city. You walk the path of darkness, which is quite similar to mine. So I'll bestow upon you the power of darkness. You can pretend to be me in Yutong City so that the enemies will think that I'm still in Yutong City, and Lin said in a cold voice. The Darkwing Emperor's body trembled upon hearing this, and tears of excitement welled up in his eyes. As you wish. He knew what this power of darkness entailed. Even though he was working for Enlin, it was undoubtedly a great fortune for him to be able to possess the essential power of darkness. Enlin flicked a finger, and a burst of darkness began to flow into the Darkwing Emperor's body. The Darkwing Emperor let loose a loud cry as his aura soared explosively. Darkness surged violently within his body, and his wings also became even darker. Ah, what a wonderful power! This is the meaning of life. This is the ultimate Tao that I want to pursue. The Darkwing Emperor bowed to Enlin as he spoke with excitement. Thank you, Your Majesty. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. I'll leave you Tong City to you. Enlin's body flashed, and he instantly disappeared on the spot. The Heavenly Light Goddess had created an impostor to guard the Eastern Heavenly Gate. So Enlin was going to follow suit and create an impostor to guard Yu Tong City. In any case, all he had to do was fool his enemies. Not long after that, within the celestial court above the clouds, somewhere in a secret forbidden area, there was a door of light that was constantly changing. Emperor Zue looked at Enlin with an uneasy expression. Enlin, are you really going to the ancient Tai Chu realm? The passageway hasn't even been opened yet. Before he had a chance to finish his sentence, Enlin forcibly thrust his hand into the gate, upon which darkness engulfed all of the laws within. What did you say? Enlin already had one foot in the door, and he turned to look at Emperor Zue. Emperor Zue. But there are powerful laws within the ancient Tai Chu realm that can prevent all cultivators at or above the return to void pinnacle stage from entering. Emperor Zue was still a little concerned. A smile appeared on Enlin's face upon hearing this. Don't forget that I am the heavenly darkness god. I know how to evade the backlash of the heavenly Tao in that place. Emperor Zue. He suddenly realized that there was nothing else he could say. The man before him had already matured to a level that even he had to marvel at. Then, Enlin, you have to come back safe and sound. Don't worry, Zue, I'll be back in a few days. Enlin waved a hand before disappearing into the gate between the two worlds. Chapter 2208. Enlin suppressed his cultivation base to the return to void intermediate stage in order to completely conceal his divine Tao of darkness. That way, he would be able to avoid the backlash of the heavenly Tao. It wasn't that no super mighty being had thought of this before. It was just that every time they tried to disguise themselves, they would be discovered by the heavenly Tao, and they would be severely injured by the backlash. However, Enlin was different. His understanding of the heavens ranked in the top 5 even in the entire Tai Chu continent. The more one understood the heavens, the more one would be able to deceive the heavens. From this point of view, Cyril was a perfect example. Thinking back, when he first met Cyril, he had just returned from the ancient Tai Chu realm. The restrictions of the ancient Tai Chu realm didn't apply to him at all. Now, Enlin could also reach that level. He kept moving forward. Finally, at the exit, he felt the world spinning. This was the power of random teleportation. Enlin wasn't going to allow himself to be teleported to a random location, and he immediately chose a location where the energy was the most chaotic and the ripples of the heavenly Tao were the strongest. If the heavenly light goddess wanted to obtain the incomplete sort of the heavenly Tao, she would definitely have to go to the location where the ripples of the heavenly Tao were the strongest. That was the most convenient place to sense and use the heavens. Enlin felt the space between the two realms fluctuate violently. In the next instant, Enlin discovered that he had arrived at an extremely spacious place. There was also a boundless starry sky above his head. This was a black continent that stretched as far as the eye could see. However, there were all sorts of strange, glowing plants growing on it. They were all beautiful and full of vitality. Most importantly, the vital energy here was extremely rich, making it an excellent cultivation environment. In terms of vital energy density alone, this place was even denser than places like the 4-9 Immortal Sect and the Celestial Court. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this was a holy land for cultivation. A world that's on the verge of destruction actually has such a good place for cultivation. An expression of astonishment appeared on Lin's face. He continued to maintain his return to Void intermediate stage cultivation base as he began to search for clues in this place. What would the heavenly light goddess do to refine the incomplete sword of the heavenly Tao? How would she refine the weapon? What materials would she use? What is the nature of the weapon? And Lin analyzed the situation to himself as he walked. He walked very slowly, covering a distance of several dozen kilometers with each step. However, this also allowed him to sense this world in detail. This place was the place where the heavenly Tao was severely destroyed. The sky was blasted through, revealing the endless starry sky outside. The starry sky was so clear that it made people feel that what they saw was fake. However, Lin knew that the starry sky outside was real. The reason why they were so clear was because this place used to be the center of the boundless universe. When starlight shone here, it would cause the heavenly Tao to resonate and amplify it, so it became especially conspicuous. It was precisely because this was the place where the destruction of the heavens Tao was the most severe that there were especially many dangerous places and places of death here. The slightest carelessness would cause one to be swallowed by the chaotic turbulence and be obliterated by this terrifying force. Just as he was thinking about this, a gust of green wind blew furiously. The surrounding rocks and void were torn apart and devoured by this gust of wind, revealing the black and white chaos within. Pada! And Lin stopped in his tracks, and a white light wall instantly appeared in front of him, blocking the howling wind. This wind is imbued with the power of laws, and it feels like it's even more terrifying than a full-powered attack from a return to void stage mighty figure. How could there be so many strange, glowing plants in a place where even the wind could kill someone? Isn't this a little too unusual? And Lin knew that chaos and destruction of laws were a hallmark of the destruction of a world, so he didn't find this strange. What was strange was that there were plants in a place like this. Is this what the destruction of a world looks like? Chaotic turbulence, formless killing laws, starry sky aurora, and all types of violent energy. And Lin continued onward, and it didn't take long for him to enter a few dangerous places of different elements. However, all of them were destroyed by his violent methods. Wait, what's up ahead? And Lin suddenly saw a silvery white light barrier up ahead, which enshrouded an extremely vast area like an eggshell. He approached the light barrier and saw an extremely grand white city. There were all types of living beings active within the city. All of their auras were extremely powerful, and they were all in a special state. They seemed to be living beings, but at the same time, they didn't seem to be living beings. They seemed to exist, but at the same time, they didn't seem to exist. And Lin could see their voices and smiles as he looked at them. He could see that they were either chatting or playing around. However, once his gaze shifted, it was as if they completely disappeared. It was as if everything was empty and didn't exist. And Lin was quite surprised. It was exactly because of this special state that they were in that they were able to blend in with the environment of this world. He had a feeling that even if the protective light barrier was gone, the living beings in the city would still be able to survive. What the hell? If it weren't for the fact that I've mastered the heavenly Tao and can sense the traces of living beings, I would probably be frightened by this scene. When the entire boundless world is heading toward destruction, all living beings will either perish or struggle to evolve and adapt to the environment. This can be said to be a miracle of life forced by the destruction of the world. And Lin walked toward the pure white light barrier as if he had discovered a new continent. The pure white light barrier detected in Lin's aura and was just about to retaliate when Lin's state suddenly changed as well. He entered a state where his existence and non-existence were fused together. The pure white light barrier was instantly confused. It seemed like it couldn't tell whether Lin was one of its own. At this moment, Lin had already barged into the light barrier. Then he seemed to have disappeared into thin air, disappearing from its perception. Phew! This is the interior of the light barrier? What a peaceful environment. There's no chaos and destruction like the outside world, and Lynn saw the living beings coming and going inside. They were of different shapes and sizes, but they were able to live together in a friendly and harmonious manner. There were at least hundreds of different races in this city, and Lynn was very familiar with some of them, but there were also some that he was very unfamiliar with. They were all living in this extremely huge city in a special state. Some of the living beings even had bright and beautiful smiles on their faces. Little brother, you look very unfamiliar. Which region are you from? At this moment, a beautiful woman in revealing clothes walked over leisurely and asked with a smile. As she spoke, she even flirtatiously slapped a round fan on Lynn's butt. Which region? I'm from this region. And Lynn, who hadn't been flirted with for a long time, instinctively revealed a harmless smile. This region? Haha, don't lie to me. I've lived here for tens of thousands of years and know tens of thousands of humans, but I've never seen you before. The woman raised her eyebrows, and the corners of her mouth curled up into an enchanting smile. She lifted Lynn's chin with her slender fingers and moved her pretty face closer. Her eyes seemed to be able to charm souls. She said, "Tell me the truth. Did you escape from another region? Don't worry, it's okay to tell the truth. Even if you don't have an identity, you can follow me. I can protect you." And Lynn was shocked. She was doing this on the street? Were the people here so open-minded? Oh, Sister Hong is flirting with a little boy again? Don't tell me you're trying to trick him into going to your red ink workshop again. Ha ha ha. This young man looks quite handsome. Maybe he can be a small hostess. The living beings on the side of the road laughed loudly as they watched the commotion. Chapter 2209. As the crowd roared with laughter, they were actually reminding Lynn. And Lynn smiled and nodded at the passers-by. It seemed that these people were quite kind-hearted. Of course, Sister Hong was an exception. Sister Hong was not angry when she was exposed by the passers-by. It was as if she was not doing anything shameful, and she continued to try to win over Lynn enthusiastically. Don't listen to their nonsense. We're doing serious business. Sister Hong looked at Lynn's face. Even though she had seen countless people, she was still a little absent-minded. Although Lynn was not extremely handsome, he had an indescribable temperament under his handsome face. That temperament inexplicably made people feel calm and comfortable. What was the most important thing in this era? Temperament was the most important thing. Within Lynn's qualifications, it was definitely not a problem for him to be a small star. In Red Ink Workshop, a good man was equally popular as a good woman. Big sister, these passers-by have already told me what you do there. Why are you still pulling me? I don't sell my body. And Lynn refused with a serious expression. Oh, how can that be considered selling your body? The beautiful woman waved her fan, stirring up waves of fragrance. She smiled and said, "You just fell in love with some female customers at first sight, had a good talk, and then had a night of uncontrollable love. In the end, they felt that you couldn't do it. After thinking about it, they gave you a breakup fee. That's all." And Lynn was immediately angry when he heard this. "Are you talking like a human? What do you mean by they felt that I couldn't do it? Be more respectful when you speak." Sister Hong's smile became wider. "Oh, you say you can do it, but you don't have any evidence. Please come to Red Ink Workshop to find your fate and prove yourself. So this is also a trick?" And Lynn was so angry that he twitched his mouth. Unfortunately, provocation doesn't work on me. In this world, only the system had the ability to threaten his little brother. Only the system had the right to question his little brother. Nobody else could. Little brother, are you really not going to consider it? You can get the best treatment and development if you come to Red Ink Workshop. Also, we don't only do love affairs. We are all artists. Do you understand? Also, you have to know that Red Ink Workshop also has a famous book collection and art library in the Holy Land of Taichu. You can also obtain valuable knowledge and experience and learn the top culture and art there. The girls and the young men there are all well-mannered and well-mannered. It is definitely a paradise on earth. Sister Hong further persuaded. And Lin was originally very angry, but after hearing the book collection, he suddenly had an idea, and he nodded. This was exactly what the Holy Land of the Holy wanted to say. He had no idea what the heavenly light goddess was going to do, or what she was going to do. All he knew was that the heavenly light goddess was most likely going to cause trouble in this region. If he did, he Liangjie, he Lin, he. Ah, I knew Big Brother was a wise and beautiful person. Sister Hong was extremely happy, and she hooked her arms around Lin's and led him toward the red ink workshop. By the way, little brother, I haven't asked your name yet. Just call me Lou DeBeo. Oh, it's Big Brother DeBeo. What a cute name. That's what other people say. Red Ink Workshop was located in the center of the 8th district. It was a giant mahogany pavilion with 99 floors. It was very magnificent, with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. Each corner had a different carving feature, and it perfectly harmonized with the rest of the building. It could be said to have reached the pinnacle of architectural art. And Lin originally thought that Red Ink Workshop was just a vulgar place for love affairs and money, but after seeing the building in front of him, he immediately changed his mind. This building was obviously extraordinary. When he walked to the gate of Red Ink Workshop, he saw not only human beings going in and out, but other races were also very enthusiastic about this place. It seemed to be a treasure land for all races. And Lin also found something interesting. Most of the creatures who entered were a little tired and depressed, but after coming out, they were all full of joy, as if they had ushered in the peak of their lives. Was there something inside that was especially beneficial to these creatures? And Lin walked into the bustling Red Ink Workshop. Immediately, he heard a very pleasant song. The song seemed to have the effect of cleansing one's soul, making one's whole body sublimate. Countless creatures who entered Red Ink Workshop showed an expression of extreme enjoyment, and Lin had heard a lot of celestial music, so he didn't find it strange, but he still forced an expression of enjoyment. It's beautiful, right? This is sung by one of the top singers in our Red Ink Workshop, Lu Qin. She is the best singer in the Light Feather clan, but she only sells her skills, not her body. As she said this, Sister Hong's eyes fluttered, and she looked at Lin seductively. It's not impossible for you to be like her, but you have to have a skill. And Lin smiled but didn't say anything. Not to mention a skill, he was proficient in all kinds of martial arts. Once his realm increased, everything would be easy for him. Sister Hong, I have a skill, and Lin said with a smile. Oh, tell me about it. Sister Hong's interest was piqued. Based on his temperament alone, this man was qualified to be the top singer. If he had a skill, it wouldn't be a problem to groom him as the top singer of Red Ink Workshop. I can cook, and Lin said proudly. Sister Hong. Our kitchen is full of chefs. Sister Hong said after holding it in for a long time. Do you look down on cooking? I am. Okay. Sister Hong will take you to do a physical examination first. Before Lin could finish a sentence, he was dragged to do a physical examination by Sister Hong. This was also a rule of Red Ink Workshop. It was a kind of identity check, and all newcomers had to go through this procedure. And Lin could even fool the heavens, so this was a piece of cake for him. He pretended to be an ordinary person who had lost part of his memory and successfully got away with it. Then he mingled with his brothers and sisters for an hour. Next, Ingbao will take you to visit Red Ink Workshop and learn how to receive customers, Sister Hong said with a smile. Big Brother DeBeo, let's go. Ingbao was a petite girl with fair skin. She pulled in Lin's hand and walked around Red Ink Workshop happily. Red Ink Workshop had 99 floors. Among them, 66 floors were open to the public and provided entertainment for the beings of the major races. However, there were 33 floors that were not open to the public. That was where the brothers and sisters lived and where all kinds of books and artworks were placed. And Lin could be considered a member of Red Ink Workshop, so he could naturally go to the areas above the 66th floor. Ing Bao introduced everything to Enlin very dutifully. She always felt that Enlin had an aura that she liked and yearned for. This made her choose to get close to Enlin involuntarily. Before long, Enlin finally arrived at Red Ink Workshop's book collection pavilion. Floors 91 to 99 were the territory of the book collection pavilion. It was called the Heavenly Book Pavilion. Chapter 2210. This is the Heavenly Book Pavilion of the Red Ink Workshop. It is one of the top 10 pavilions in the Holy Land of Taichu. The books in it cover astronomy, history, Taoist spells, immortal spells, and the wisdom of all races. It can be said to be the most sacred place in the Holy Land of Taichu. Ing Bao's face was full of reverence and yearning as she introduced the pavilion in front of her. The Heavenly Book Pavilion was an independent pavilion that stood on top of the Red Ink Workshop. It was equivalent to Enlin occupying the top of the Red Ink Workshop. The pavilion had flattened the top of the building and built a pavilion in the center. "Then let's go in and have a look," Enlin said excitedly. "No." Hearing this, Ing Bao hurriedly waved her little hand. "Not everyone can enter the Heavenly Book Pavilion. You are not qualified yet." And Lin was taken aback. "I am not qualified? Didn't Sister Hong say that this place has the richest collection of books?" "Yes, it is indeed the richest collection of books, but it's just hidden not for you to read," Ing Bao said casually. And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. Why did he join the Red Ink Workshop? It was to read books. But now he found out that this damned Sister Hong was still tricking him. And Lin thought for a moment and asked with a gentle smile, "Then what do I need to do to be qualified to enter the Heavenly Book Pavilion?" He looked at the two white-haired old men guarding the door. They turned out to be Tao integration stage cultivators. He wondered how they were able to avoid the backlash of heaven and earth by maintaining this cultivation base. Ing Bao doesn't know. Ing Bao doesn't have the qualification either. I heard that if you become one of the top performers in the Red Ink Workshop, you will have the opportunity to enter the Heavenly Book Pavilion. And Lin was completely amused by this. "I'm going to read a book, and I'm going to be the star? The Heavenly Darkness Goddess, the war god of the Tai Chu continent, have to suffer like this? Are you forcing me to use violence? Oh, by the way, I have to remind you not to force your way into the Heavenly Book Pavilion. There is a very terrifying restriction there," Ing Bao reminded him again. "Oh." And Lin nodded, but he didn't think so. What rubbish restriction? As long as he undid the seal in his body, he would be able to break it in minutes. Seeing in Lin's nonchalant expression, Ing Bao pouted. "Don't take it to heart. You have to know that there was a woman who claimed to be the Heavenly Light Goddess from the second region yesterday. She tried to force her way into the Heavenly Tone Pavilion over there. Then she was directly judged by the restrictions and turned into dust." Boom! This sentence was like a thunderclap, and Lin was dumbfounded. What? What did you say? Heavenly Light Goddess? Yes, Brother DeBeo, do you know her? Ing Bao asked curiously. No, I don't know him. It's just that I didn't expect that someone would dare to call himself a god. What an arrogant tone. And Lin hurriedly suppressed the raging waves in his heart. Oh, you don't say. The title of Kami suits her quite well. She's so powerful that she defeated 2 undefeatable gatekeepers. But in the end, she was still reduced to ashes by the invincible restriction left by the ancestors. There's nothing we can do about it. Ing Bao's beautiful eyes revealed a lot of amazement when she mentioned this extraordinary person. And Lin's shock was far more intense than the shock on his face. The Heavenly Light Goddess really came here? And she barged into the Heavenly Book Pavilion? Most importantly, she was reduced to ashes by the restriction of the Heavenly Book Pavilion? And Lin knew the true strength of the Heavenly Light Goddess. He knew that she wouldn't be killed so easily. However, the restriction of the Heavenly Book Pavilion was able to repel the Heavenly Light Goddess, which was already very powerful. It seemed that the Holy Land of Taichu was not simple. It seemed that he couldn't be too reckless, and Lin was shocked. But the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. His efforts were not in vain. At least he was sure that the broken sword of the heavenly Tao was related to the heavenly book pavilion. The heavenly light goddess's target was the heavenly book pavilion. Originally, he just wanted to use the heavenly book pavilion to better understand this world. Now, the heavenly book pavilion was the target of the heavenly light goddess, which saved him the trouble of looking for it. Big Brother DeBeo, let's go. We can just watch the heavenly book pavilion from afar. Ing Bao tugged on Lin's sleeve and said softly, And Lin nodded and asked, By the way, Ing Bao, what's the fastest way to become the top girl of the Red Ink Workshop? Well, our Red Ink Workshop has a voting event every night. The customers can vote for the most popular brothers and girls. When the number of votes you get is more than twice the number of votes of the most popular girls, you can directly be promoted to the top girl of the Red Ink Workshop. This is very difficult. It has been hundreds of years since someone has become the top girl in this way. Ing Bao looked at Lin's handsome face and blushed slightly. She said softly, Big Brother DeBeo, you are quite good-looking. Even if you do it step by step, it won't take long for you to become the top girl. And Lin shook his head secretly. He was naturally confident that he could become the top girl step by step, but he didn't have much time left. He only had 3 days. How could he have the time to waste with her here? He had to achieve this goal as soon as possible. The top girl of the Red Ink Workshop. I'm definitely going to be the top girl. Let's go. I have to prepare. And Lin caressed Ing Bao's head and smiled. Okay, let's go learn how to receive customers. I'm not learning this. Then what do you want to learn? I want to learn how to become the top girl of the Red Ink Workshop in 1 day. Ing Bao felt that Lin was a little arrogant. Did it mean that he could be arrogant and scrupulously because others liked his looks? Ing Bao was unhappy. She pouted and said, Big Brother DeBeo, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You haven't been beaten by the Red Ink Workshop. And Lin pinched the girl's nose and said with a smile, You haven't been beaten by the Red Ink Workshop either. Ing Bao was Sister Hong's daughter. She had connections and didn't need to receive customers. She was in her 60s. At most, she could guide newcomers and show off. Ing Bao shook off Lin's hand and said with a snort, Although I haven't been beaten, I have more experience than you. Come on, don't be so long-winded. Let's study how to become the top girl tonight. And Lin took Ing Bao's little hand and walked toward the training room. The training room of the Red Ink Workshop was located from the 70th to the 72nd floor. It was the place where performers rehearsed to entertain the customers. Because of his outstanding appearance and temperament, and Lin came to the gold medal training room on the 72nd floor. There were several mentors in charge of screening and providing suggestions. Hello, mentors. I'm Lu DeBeo, a trainee who has been training for a day. I'm good at cooking, dancing, and acting cool. And Lin was dressed in a fluttering white Taoist robe. He held a black frying pan and made a pose in front of the gold medal mentors. Oh, not bad. He looks very stylish. The eyes of the mentors lit up slightly. They gave Lin a look that said, Please start your performance. Chapter 22:11. The music began to play. This was an extremely moving piece of music. And Lin also began to perform a stir-frying dance with his frying pan amidst the music. His smooth dance movements, his indescribable charisma, and his flashing frying pan all lit up the eyes of the golden teachers. And Lin's frying pan danced as if there was an exceptional delicacy within it, but it wasn't for anyone to eat. This greatly whetted the appetites of the golden teachers, and they couldn't help but admire Lin's beautiful dance. It could be said that this was a double whammy of adoration and disdain, and all of the golden teachers were extremely elated. Suddenly, Lin tossed his frying pan into the air. The style of the music suddenly changed. Because you smell too good. Because you smell too good. and Lin began to sing and dance. All of the golden teachers felt as if they had been struck by lightning, and they were all rooted to the spot. What the hell? Because you smell too good, Beely Beely plop. Because you smell too good, Beely Beely plop. And Lin began to perform an extremely seductive dance. All of the golden teachers were dumbstruck for a moment before finally comprehending the beauty of Lin's dance. This voice, this melody, this is a true cooking dance. A male true demon tribe cultivator with a demonic horn on his head exclaimed in shock. Because you smell too good, and because you smell too good, perhaps the frying pan he just threw away was a chicken. Because you smell too good, he couldn't bear to part with you, so he could only throw it away. There's some kind of Tao realm philosophy behind this. A golden teacher murmured to himself. I don't know why, but I was immediately intoxicated by Lou DeBeo's singing and dancing. I even felt hungry. This is definitely an exceptional dance. A Light Wing clan female exclaimed with excitement in her eyes. Because you smell too good, Beely Beely, plop plop. And Lin's dance stopped at the end of the music, and he struck another pose. After a brief silence, all of the golden teachers stood up and applauded Lin. Clap, clap, clap. Amazing. Wonderful. It's been a long time since I've seen such a refreshing dance. Our Red Ink workshop has picked up a treasure this time. Passed with full marks. Passed with full marks. Passed with full marks. All the ACE instructors gave him the highest evaluation. Lou DeBeo, you can train while you work. There will be a special stage for you tonight. I hope you can train well. Thank you, instructors, and Lin replied politely. Lou DeBeo, what are your dreams? Daphne from the Light Wing clan asked. My dream is to become the star of Red Ink Workshop as soon as possible, and Lin said honestly. All the mentors exclaimed in surprise. What a great dream! You'll definitely be the star of the show in the near future. And Lin listened to his tutor's words with a smile on his face. Of course he knew it was in the near future, because it was tonight. He wanted to conquer the audience through his cooking dance. And Lin's debut assessment was over. When he walked out, Ingbao was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped when she found out that there was a special stage for him on his first night. Brother DeBeo, you're so amazing. The mentors think so highly of you. Haha, do you remember what I said before? Tonight, a faint smile appeared on Lin's face as he looked at the dumbstruck woman before him. Ingbao heard Lin's words and took a deep breath. Could it be that Lou DeBeo was serious? No. Even if he was so highly regarded by the mentors, it was impossible for him to become the star of the show in one night. The star of the show was not a nobody. Not only were they talented, but they also had countless hardcore fans. It was impossible to surpass them in terms of spending, not to mention spending twice as much, and Lin was led by the mentors into a beautiful training room. There were a few handsome and beautiful trainees training inside. Let me introduce you. This is Lou DeBeo. I hope you can get along well with him, Daphne said with a smile. The training room was filled with enthusiastic cheers. Daphne smiled gently at Lin and said, There are no flaws in your dance. Repeat it in the afternoon and try to perform well on the exclusive stage tonight. Exclusive stage? Oh my God, this trainee just came in and already has an exclusive stage. That's amazing. How did he do it? All the trainees looked at Lin enviously, as if they wanted to see something special from Lin. After Daphne left, a group of handsome guys and girls swarmed over. Lou DeBeo, are you really a trainee? Why are you so amazing? I'm Lin Mei, the singer. I'm Li Bufan, the mistress killer. What song are you going to perform tonight? Are you really a newcomer? Are you a top performer from another place? One question after another was thrown at Lin. Yet Lin didn't seem annoyed at all. He patiently answered the trainees' questions, appearing extremely amiable and approachable. This also earned him a good impression from the trainees and the nameplates. Trainees were creatures who rarely or never performed. The top performers were creatures who often performed and had a certain reputation in Red Ink Workshop. The top performers were naturally the pillars of Red Ink Workshop. They were the kind of people who had hundreds of followers wherever they went. There were only 19 top performers in the entire Red Ink Workshop. It was up to them whether they wanted to perform or not. So sometimes there would be no top performer for a whole day. The top performers had their own training room, so Enlin could not see them. But Enlin knew that those top performers were his real opponents. He hoped that there would be a top performer who wanted to perform tonight. Otherwise, he would not have a chance to be a top performer, spending more than twice as many votes as the top performer. This difficulty. TSK, and Lynn suddenly became a little excited. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Brother Jean is coming. The crowd was forcibly pushed aside by a few people. An extremely strong and handsome man with a beard walked over slowly with a soul smoke in his mouth. He was surrounded by a few equally good-looking brand-name men. Are you the trainee who got an exclusive performance as soon as he joined Red Ink Workshop? The man who was called Brother Jean looked down at Enlin and said with a sneer, You're just a pretty boy. What can you do? In the face of this man's sarcasm, the warm and friendly trainees did not dare to speak up for Enlin. Obviously, they were afraid of Brother Jean. At this time, a girl who looked pure but had a proud face next to Brother Jean crossed her arms in front of her chest and said with a smile, You're Lou DeBeo, right? Why don't you greet him? Jean Feihong is the top performer in Red Ink Workshop. He is very interested in you and wants to recruit you as his follower. Chapter 2212. And Lin was a little confused. He had always been the one to accept others as his underling. Now, he was going to be someone else's underling? Or the underling of this coquettish man in front of him? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and bow. It's your honor to be chosen by our boss. A nameplate next to Brother Jean urged. Brother Jean just stood there with a slight smile on his face, and Lin didn't expect to be involved in such a strange matter so soon. At this time, there were also many trainees around him urging him to lower his head. DeBeo, hurry up and bow. It's just being Brother Jin's underling. Don't you see that many nameplates are also Brother Jin's underlings? Being Brother Jin's underling is equivalent to having a big backer. That's right, this is something that we can only be envious of, so please don't do anything irrational. Some of the students were afraid that Enlin would do something reckless due to his youthful impulsiveness, and they all tried to dissuade him. Of course, Enlin wouldn't do anything too outrageous. He turned to a mermaid trainee next to him and said, Brother Jean has no right to cancel my stage performance tonight. Huh. The mermaid trainee was stunned for a moment and instinctively shook her head. Although Brother Jean has a lot of power, he doesn't have the right to interfere with the decisions of the ACE teachers. Hey, why are you still standing here? Don't be so ungrateful. Underlings should act like underlings. I'm afraid you don't know what it means to be favored by Brother Jean, do you? The girl with a pure look said impatiently. Jean Feihong also had an impatient look on his face. With his status, he was already giving face to Lou DeBeo by asking him to be his underling. Why was this Lou DeBeo so insensible now? Are you done? And Lin asked, What? Jean Feihong asked for the first time. If you're done, then get lost. I don't have time to play house with you. And Lin shrugged. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Everyone was dumbfounded. Jean Feihong's face twitched imperceptibly. Oh my God, he actually told Brother Jean to get lost. Is he crazy? No one had expected that Enlin would dare to talk back to Brother Jean. Moreover, he even asked Brother Jean to get lost. Brother Jean had the highest status among the famous artists. Lou DeBeo, do you want to die? Jean Feihong's face darkened. You want me to scram? Have you thought about the consequences of your words? And Lin looked at the man in front of him impatiently. You want to be my boss? Don't be a toad lusting after swan meat. Even if you want to be my grandson, I might not accept you. Let me make it clear, in my eyes, you are a piece of trash. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. If there's nothing else, then scram. Don't waste my time." A series of critical strikes exploded in the training room like thunder. All the celebrities were dumbfounded. This Lin in front of him was really a lunatic. His first impression of him was that of an elegant young master, but now he had become a lunatic who dared to curse at Jean Feihong. He was simply courting death. Jean Feihong was stunned by the scolding. His underlings had already taken the lead in cursing. "Liu Debao, are you King tired of living? How dare you provoke Brother Jean? Don't you understand your situation? I'm telling you, you're finished. Your entire career as an artist is over." A few of the hot-tempered underlings could not help but step forward and swing their fists, wanting to beat up Lin. However, they were suddenly stopped by Jean Feihong. "Brother Jean, don't stop me. Let me beat him up. What an arrogant kid. He should be taught a lesson." A few hot-tempered trainees said angrily, "Don't worry, it's just a mad dog barking. We don't need to fight here." The haze on Jean Feihong's face was swept away. Instead, he showed a faint smile, turned around and said, "Let's go. Tonight is the night of red ink. There will be a lot of top stars performing here. Let's talk about it after tonight." As he spoke, he suddenly gave Lin a meaningful look and said with a meaningful smile, "I hope someone won't be so frightened by the superb skills of the top stars that he can't even dance." Brother Jean left under everyone's gaze. The others in the training room had not come to their senses yet. "Brother Jean left just like that? Are you stupid?" With Brother Jin's temper, will he easily spare Liu Debao? He didn't deal with Liu Debao today for the sake of the mentors. He's waiting for an opportunity. If Liu Debao fails in tonight's performance and disappoints the mentors, then Brother Jean has 100 ways to make Liu Debao leave Red Ink Workshop, or even make him wish he was dead. Have you forgotten how miserable the fate of those artists who went against Brother Jean was? The artists couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts when they thought of the tragic experiences of those artists. Some trainees who had intended to build a good relationship with Lin stayed away from him, for fear of being implicated by Brother Jin's anger. In this way, Lin, who had been tired of dealing with them, suddenly became free. And Lin was also happy to see this. He was too lazy to manage these useless social activities. Anyway, after tonight, he would be the most popular guy in Red Ink Workshop, and he didn't care about everything in front of him at all. As for Jean Hongfei's hostility, which frightened countless people in his eyes, it was even more ridiculous and insignificant. Perhaps only Jean Hongfei thought of him as an enemy. But what is the Red Ink Night that Jean Hongfei mentioned? And Lin stroked his chin and muttered to himself thoughtfully. The Red Ink Night is the night when Red Ink Workshop holds large-scale activities. Many prominent figures from the 8th District and even the neighboring districts will come to watch the performance. Our Red Ink Workshop will also send at least 3 top stars to perform on the spot. It can be said to be a gathering of stars and a night of stars. A cold voice suddenly sounded beside Lin, and Lin turned his head and found that it was a dragon lady in a white robe with a cold face. He was a little surprised that there was still a creature who dared to approach him now. The dragon lady glanced at Lin indifferently and said, "You have offended Jean Feihong. If your performance tonight is good, it will be fine. If the performance is ruined, then I advise you to leave here immediately and run as far away as you can." This was a kind of advice. Even though Lin was very arrogant, the dragon lady's original intention was for his own good. He naturally nodded politely and said with a smile, "Thank you." Seeing that Lin didn't seem to be nervous at all, the dragon lady in a white robe snorted and walked away proudly, too lazy to talk to Lin. And Lin smiled and didn't care. He continued to play with all kinds of equipment in the corner. Soon the night began to fall. The grandest performance in the 8th District of the Holy Land of Taichu had begun. Chapter 2213. The daytime system of the light barrier began to disappear. Infinite stars began to descend from the night sky. Ancient lanterns hung on every floor of the 99-story Reading shop, and its interior was suffused with all kinds of colors. It was brightly lit, and it was like a tower shining with dreamy colors that stood eternally in the dilapidated world. The 33rd to 38th floors of the red ink workshop protruded outwards. They were round and not out of place. Inside there was a huge stage and countless seats for the audience. It could hold 60,000 people. The red ink night was held on these floors. At this moment, the place was already full of people. Prominent figures had arrived one by one, and their fanatical fans were already in their seats. Even the regular customers who often spent their nights in the red ink workshop were not looking for their old lovers. Instead, they were waiting in their seats. The red ink night was the most famous event in the 8th district. It was hard to get a ticket. Most of the people who could come were the upper echelons of the 8th district. Of course, their behavior was no different from normal fanatical fans. Some of the top performers were so charismatic that even mighty figures would fall head over heels for them. Did you hear? Yun Xian from the Red Ink Workshop is going to perform tonight. Ah, really? I love to hear her sing. I heard that the Yangluan Dance Empress is going to perform too. Oh my God, my Yang is the best in the world. He has to be the flower queen tonight. Some fangirls had already lost their voices and screamed. The audience was basically there for the top performers. As for the performances of the other performers, there was very little discussion. They were all supporting characters who existed to serve as a foil to the top performers. Backstage inside a window, and Lin was a little dazed as he looked at the crowd outside. How long had it been since he last performed on stage? He remembered that the last time he performed was when he teamed up with Su Xiaolan. Did you see that? Although you have a chance to go on stage, that's all. Don't you know how terrifying your opponents are? Almost all of the audience members are die-hard fans of the A-listers, and there are more than 3 A-listers participating in tonight's performances. Do you think you have the ability to make all of those die-hard fans vote for you? Ying Bao stood beside Lin in a purple dress and spoke in a mature manner. You don't trust me that much? And Lin turned to look at the girl beside him. The girl looked at Lin, and when she saw the man's handsome face and the deep eyes that seemed to contain the starry sky, her pretty face blushed slightly, and her aura suddenly weakened a little. She said in a low voice, I believe that you can become the star, but not now. Then how about we make a bet? And Lin said with interest, What are we betting on? Ying Bao was stunned. If I'm going to be the number 1 tonight, you have to do something for me. If I can't become the number 1, I promise to do one thing for you. All right, Ying Bao agreed without hesitation. How could she miss such a free opportunity? Anyway, Liu Debao would soon know how naive his thoughts were. At this moment, Mentor Daphne was already striding over. Debao, how are your preparations? Everything went well, teacher. Yes. Daphne smiled gently. Take this as an experience. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, but don't embarrass yourself too much. After all, the mayors of the 8th, 3rd, and 6th districts are sitting on the stage. Even the mayors of other districts are here. Ying Bao exclaimed, and Lin had already learned from their chats that the Holy Land of Taichu was divided into 10 districts, each of which had about a few million living beings, and the mayors were the supreme rulers. The 10 districts were managed separately, and ordinary living beings couldn't interact with each other. But this obviously didn't apply to the higher-ups of the districts. The Holy Land of Taichu had a lot of secrets, and Lin was very interested in the mayors. The living beings of the Holy Land of Taichu were trapped in the light barrier, and they needed the necessary entertainment to calm their minds. So the celebrities here all had very high status. It was worth mentioning that the audience here all exuded extremely powerful energy fluctuations. Even a passerby had a cultivation base of the pinnacle stage of the Tao body stage. As for the higher-ups of the districts and all kinds of famous celebrities, Spirit nurturing stage and soul formation stage cultivators could be seen everywhere, and there were also many returned to void stage cultivators, and there was not a single mortal living being here without a cultivation base. It was probably impossible to survive in this world without a cultivation base. Suddenly, a burst of extremely enthusiastic cheers rang out. An incomparably beautiful song began to reverberate in the red ink workshop. A woman slowly descended from the air to the center of the stage. Her white dress was otherworldly, and she fluttered like a lotus. Her beautiful and refreshing voice began to reverberate, and it was cold yet filled with infinite yearning. This is... And Lin's eyes widened. Wasn't this the dragon maiden in white who had explained to him about the red ink night? Her name is Su-chan, and she is a very famous singer in our red ink workshop. In terms of strength, she is second only to Jean Feihong. What do you think? Are you amazed by her voice? Ing Bao looked at Lin, as if she wanted to see his arrogance being crushed. It's quite nice. And Lin nodded with a relaxed expression. In terms of singing alone, the other party was indeed very good, even better than the lead singers of some of the fairy bands in the Celestial Court. She was basically on the same level as the seven fairies, but this level was still not at the level of a top star. To be honest, he was a little surprised, but he wasn't very panicked. After all, and Lin also had his own trump cards. At this moment, on a luxurious spectator stand, a fat man with big ears and dragon horns on his head revealed a benevolent smile. He looked to his side and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, son, look at this Su-chan. Not bad, right?" A similarly fat man at the side kept nodding, his eyes full of passion. "Father, this dragon maiden is really great. She's beautiful, and her voice is also very pleasant. I want to take her as my concubine. Okay, I'll just tell the Red Emperor later." The fat man smiled and nodded. He was the mayor of the 6th district, the Dragon Emperor. Although the status of artists in the district was very high, Su-chan was not the top star. He believed that the Red Emperor would not reject this request. Soon, Su-chan's performance ended, and thunderous applause sounded. Many creatures even shouted Su-chan's name loudly. Obviously, her popularity was extremely high, and she was already very close to being the top star. This could be seen from the fact that Red Ink Workshop used her as the opening performance. Then she left the stage. 6 beautiful Fox Clan brands appeared on the stage together, presenting a sexy and hot dance. All of this pushed Red Ink Workshop to another climax. After the hot dance, a famous artist painted on the spot, bringing Red Ink Workshop into a wonderful landscape painting realm. The scene inside contained an extremely deep painting realm. After that, there were even 2 fat men who went on stage to perform a comedy theater. Their jokes were so advanced that even Lin, who was very amused, could not help but laugh. And Lin originally thought that Red Ink Workshop was a more advanced place of romance. However, after witnessing a series of performances, he realized that he was wrong. There was romance, but he also saw art here, and it was an art that was very accomplished. It could be said that none of the famous artists who went on stage tonight were easy to deal with. It seemed that the challenge was not small. Just as he was feeling emotional, the scene suddenly erupted with unimaginable cheers and screams. Even the 3 district mayors looked expectant. Luan-yang, Luan-yang, Luan-yang Dance Empress. The sound converged into a wave, as if it was going to collapse the entire Red Ink Workshop. And Lin became alert. He knew that the top star was about to appear. Chapter 2214. Divine light bloomed in the center of the stage. A man from the Serpent Clan, wearing golden scale armor, appeared on the stage. He had strong muscles and a slender snake tail. His eyes glowed with masculine golden light, and his breath seemed to be able to arouse the desire of all the creatures on the stage. Some hardcore fans screamed until they were out of breath when they saw him like this. This man was one of the stars of the Red Ink Workshop, Luan-yang Dance Emperor. AI Weibo D, let's have fun. Luan Yang Dance Emperor waved his arm and shouted. The scene immediately became lively. Dynamic music began to play. Countless flashes shone on Luan Yang Dance Emperor. Luan Yang Dance Emperor danced. Every time his body, which was as soft as a snake, twisted, the audience could feel pleasure from inside out, as if it were the most beautiful body. He was dancing hot, an unparalleled hot dance. It was a hot dance that could make the 60,000 powerful audience feel hot all over. Both men and women were immersed in this dance, and Lin was able to maintain absolute clarity of mind, but he was also astonished by this dance. Each and every movement of the body was an extreme display of beauty, and they were completely unleashing the emotions of the dancers, as well as stirring up the emotions of the audience. He was a serpent man, and he was clearly doing the snakeskin dance. But Enlin saw the strong and unyielding emotion of the dancer, as if he wanted to spill his blood all over the universe, and he wanted to pour out all his unwillingness and unyielding emotions through the dance. Suddenly, the snake tail of Luan Yang Dance Emperor spun rapidly on the whole stage, emitting golden light, as if a grand sun full of hope had risen. It's here! Luan Yang Dance Emperor's signature dance, Snakeskin Sun! The audience shouted and screamed. The grand sun broke through the red ink workshop and shone on the earth in the night sky. All of the living beings were bathed in the sunlight. They were happy, but they also felt satisfied. Millions of creatures in the 8th district all turned their eyes to the red ink workshop, their eyes full of envy and yearning. This is Luan Yang Dance Emperor's Snakeskin Sunday. The audience in the red ink workshop is so happy to see Luan Yang Dance Emperor dance. Alas, we should also work hard to improve our status, and then we will be blessed to enjoy such a top dance. In the red ink workshop, the dance was over. The applause and cheers almost broke through the clouds. It was Empress Yang Wu's turn to leave the stage under the shouts of the crowd. Everyone wanted to continue, and Lin was also feeling a bit unsatisfied. He had seen a whole new realm of dance. It could be said that the Luan Yang Dance Empress dance techniques had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. In fact, she was even slightly more powerful than the #1 dancer of the 4-9 Immortal sect, Shu Hongyi. Did you see that? Now you know how laughable your previous thoughts were, right? She's only the first star of Red Ink Workshop. Ingbao finally saw the graveness and worry in Enlin's expression, as if he had also won something, and his smile grew wider. I admit, I underestimated my opponent this time, and Lin nodded. Initially, he wanted to win with his cooking dance, but now it seemed that he would have to add something else. It was Yang Wudi's turn. Next was a famous celebrity. However, with a gem in front of them, even though the famous artist's performance was not bad, the audience's reaction was relatively cold. Even after the performance ended, they only clapped symbolically, which inevitably made the artist feel a little disappointed. This couldn't be helped. In the face of such a powerful star, they were destined to be nothing more than temporary appetizers for the audience. If there were no accidents, and Lin would definitely be such an existence. This was also something that the trainees and celebrities were well aware of. But even so, the fact that Enlin was able to perform on stage at the Red Ink Workshop still made countless celebrities green with envy. Some of the Red Ink Workshop girls who made a living by selling their bodies or performing as performers were already throwing flirtatious glances at Enlin. It was clear that they had taken a fancy to Enlin's potential and wanted to befriend him. Of course, Enlin didn't care about the gazes of these coquettish sluts. He was still as a mountain, thinking about how to perform on stage. To be honest, Yang Wudi did make him feel a sense of crisis. If he really wanted to become the star of tonight's event, he would have to spend at least twice as much money as he did, and that was under the condition that he had so many die-hard fans. Just how extreme would Enlin's performance have to be? The difficulty was really high. No wonder Bao accepted the bet without hesitation. It was completely a freebie. Mentor Daphne saw Enlin's expression and thought that he was nervous about going on stage. So she comforted him. "Debeo, you don't have to worry too much. Although there are many people in the audience now, and there are many big shots in high positions, they're all aiming for the top star. Your performance is just a side dish for them. You don't have to be too mentally burdened. Just perform according to your usual mentality." And Lin glanced at the beauty from the Lightwing clan beside him and nodded with a smile. "Yes, teacher, I will perform as usual." He added in his heart, "I don't want to be a side dish for them. My goal is to conquer everyone present." At this moment, Sister Hong, as the host of Red Ink Workshop, went on stage and passionately announced the next artist to perform. "Next, let's invite songstress Yun Xian to present us a song of the siren." The audience instantly became excited again. The 60,000 spectators all shouted Yun Xian's name, hysterically at the same time. Looking at the fiery atmosphere, there was no doubt that another top star was going on stage. This time it was a beauty with a purple fishtail. She slowly rose from a blue ice lotus in the center of the stage. She was beautiful, refined, and peerless. Just the slight movement of her red lips made countless spectators fall head over heels for her. Immediately afterward, the dreamy song began to appear. This was a song of the siren. It was ethereal and charming. It was a wonderful state that seemed to be able to bring people into an unknown realm, into a wonderful world of the sea. In the boundless sea, there was only a beautiful mermaid singing about her hometown. The melody was as beautiful as the sounds of nature. The song was so sad that it made people's hearts ache. Many of the audience's eyes were already wet with tears. The song was over. The audience was silent for a long time. Then the applause was thunderous. "That's great. Yun Xian's voice is still so tear-jerking. Sob, sob, sob. I haven't cried in 100 years. This time, Yun Xian has earned enough of my tears." In terms of singing, Yun Xian is definitely the best in Red Ink Workshop. The live audience was full of praises. When some of the audience saw Yun Xian leaving, they were even reluctant to let her stay. However, Yun Xian was like an ethereal fairy in the clouds, untainted by worldly affairs. She was only responsible for singing and did not say a word. She just left like that. However, not only were the spectators not displeased by her nonchalant attitude, but they were instead collectively ecstatic and cheered for Yun Xian with even more gusto. And Lin was quite astonished by this. The top stars of Red Ink Workshop were really not simple. Chapter 2215. Red Ink Night was a grand performance event for the Red Ink Workshop. However, it was not just a simple performance, and Lin witnessed the essence of the ancient Tai Chu realm's art and culture. It was not vulgar. On the contrary, and in Lin's eyes, it was more like a masterpiece of the ancient Tai Chu realm. All of the audience members and performers had extremely high cultivation bases. There were over 100 returned to void stage mighty figures, and top stars like Yun Xian were already at the Dao integration stage. What did this mean? This meant that they were the elites of the ancient Tai Chu realm. After being forced to the brink of death, they continued to exist in this world in a special form. They could no longer see any hope, so they gave time to their art. This was also why Lin was so astonished by the performance before him. Why were the performers chosen from a mere few million people even more impressive than the performers Lin had chosen from tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of living beings on the Tai Chu continent? This was the crystallization of the civilization of the continent that had once been the center of the universe. One after another, top stars began to perform. There were all kinds of artistic performances. Some were teaching adorable little immortal beasts. Some were imitating the characteristics of all the major tribes. Some were displaying the beauty of their bodies. And some were using their voices to imitate the intent realms. Let us welcome Red Ink Workshop's Guqiu to perform. Instantly, screams and cheers erupted within the Red Ink Workshop. It was completely deafening. Even the higher-ups who had been spectating the performance couldn't help but stand up and applaud enthusiastically. So much enthusiasm. And Lin was astonished by the raucous scene before him. Even Big Sister Guccio is going to perform today? Ing Bao covered her mouth with an expression of astonishment on her face. Is Guccio very powerful? And Lin asked curiously. He had seen the list of top stars and knew that Guccio was one of the top stars of the Red Ink workshop. However, that was all he knew. After all, he hadn't been here for very long. You're going to lose 100 million for my bet with you. Ing Bao looked at Lin with an amused expression. Guccio is very, very lazy, and you don't see her perform even once every 1 or 2 years. However, her popularity is still in the top 3 of the top stars of the Red Ink workshop. Do you know what this means? And Lin's heart trembled slightly. As an artist, she rarely appeared in public, but she was extremely popular. Naturally, he knew what this meant. Amidst the cries of the crowd, a woman in an elegant Taoist robe appeared at the center of the stage. She wasn't very beautiful, but if one looked closely, they would feel that she was very natural and beautiful. She just stood there quietly, her expression peaceful and gentle, standing alone under the spotlight. Everyone long time no see. Guccio smiled at the audience on the stage. Suddenly, everyone felt as if their heartbeats had slowed down by half a beat. Oh no, this is what it feels like to be moved. One of the pig demons even kicked away the old sow that was still hugging him. He opened his hoof and shouted at Guccio, I love you. Father, I want her to be my concubine. The dragon-horned fatty pulled on the Dragon Emperor's sleeve and said excitedly. When the Dragon Monarch heard this, he slapped the dragon-horned fatty's hand away and shouted angrily, Don't King dream of eating swan meat. Who is she? Why would she like you? But I like her. Didn't you say that we don't need to care about what others think? The important thing is how we think? The dragon-horned fatty said, feeling wronged. That also depends on the other party's identity. Don't think about this anymore. The Dragon Monarch said without holding back. The scene became unusually lively. Guccio seemed to be used to this kind of scene. She still maintained her gentle smile and took out a brush that was as thick as an arm from her spatial ring. She held the brush as if she was holding a spear. With a gentle stroke, she could draw a perfect arc in the air that made people feel comfortable. I have thought about this word for a long time. Here, I dedicate it to everyone. Guccio pointed the brush at the sky. The darkness of the starry sky turned into ink and adhered to the tip of the snow-white brush. Then, she moved gracefully and gracefully. The brush in her hand danced in the air, drawing out perfect lines of ink. The starry sky was the ink, the heaven and earth were the paper. Guccio showed Lin what it meant to be a true master of calligraphy. The girl drew as she moved, her snow-white clothes perfectly blending with the ink. It was like light and darkness, or like the harmonious Tai Chi of all things. Beautiful, it's really beautiful. And Lin exclaimed in his heart. This was the transcendent level of calligraphy. When Guccio's words were completed, the sky changed color. Countless beautiful black ink combined to form a perfect word. And Lin did not know what she was writing. The 60,000 spectators did not know what she was writing either. But Lin saw countless thoughts and concepts at this moment. He also saw the beautiful figure that he missed in his heart, as well as the dreamland of the beautiful woman under the moonlight. It was so beautiful, so intoxicating and so untouchable. The moon waxed and waned, people lived and died. A word was a story. A word was also an era. After the ink characters in the void dissipated, everyone was freed from that word. When they regained their senses, the beautiful woman was nowhere to be seen. Guccio had also disappeared from the stage. Some people were applauding, while others were still reminiscing. And Lin finally understood why Guccio could be so popular. She represented the pinnacle of calligraphy. Watching her write was truly a pleasure, and it was not a pleasure that could be forgotten after. It was a pleasure that could be remembered endlessly. After watching Gu Qiu's performance, and Lin felt that he had to add more to his performance. Damn it, the pressure was too much. When everyone was almost done reminiscing, next, let's welcome Jin Feihong to perform for us Shin Budo. Sister Hong's impassioned voice rang out, and Lin was startled. Jin Feihong was going on stage at this time. Amidst the cheers, Jin Feihong walked towards the stage, step by step. His expression was one of desperation. While he was nervous, there was also a hint of pride. Even his gaze that landed on Lin was filled with unconcealable pride. Jin Feihong's performance was the beauty of martial arts. In all fairness, it was not bad. But after Gu Qiu's performance, it was extremely mediocre. Some of the audience did not even bother to take a look. They were still reminiscing Gu Qiu's calligraphy. In this kind of situation, where was Jin Feihong's pride? And Lin was actually quite clear on this. No matter who was arranged to perform after Gu Qiu, they would feel immense pressure. Even if it was the headliners with superb skills, they would not want to be placed after Gu Qiu, because wouldn't that make them seem inferior? Although it was true that their skills were inferior, the comparison should not be so obvious. No headliner would want to perform after Gu Qiu. As for the famous brands, the gap between them and the headliners was too great. Their performances could be considered good, but under Gu Qiu's contrast, they gave people the feeling that they were trash. It was like eating a mouthful of delicious rice and then feeding you a mouthful of sh*t. No one would be able to bear it. At this time, Jin Feihong's role came into play. Although he was not the headliner, his performance was not bad. It gave the audience a transition period. He was Gu Qiu's ladder. Not just anyone could be a ladder to the top. Only the strongest famous brands could be this ladder. Therefore, he was very proud. Chapter 22:16. After his performance, Jin Feihong left the stage amidst the applause. His face was still filled with undisguised pride. It was indeed a great honor to be Gu Qiu's stepping stone in front of the 60,000 high-level officials of the Holy Land of Taichu. At least, that was what he thought. Jin Feihong returned to the backstage and saw Lin still waiting to go on stage. He walked toward Lin and smiled at Lin like an old friend. Jin Feihong didn't look angry at all, but he looked at Lin with disdain, as if Lin was an insignificant ant. Do you see the gap between you and us? Trainee, don't think you're so great just because you can perform on stage. You're just here to make up the numbers. If you go on stage after Gu Qiu, the audience will think you're sh*t, right? Jin Feihong smiled brightly when he saw Lin's serious expression. He knew that it was his strength that made Lin feel fear, so he could only deal with it with this kind of expression. He liked to see people who provoked him step into the abyss. Step by step, fall into despair in front of his powerful strength, and finally break down or beg for mercy. Jin Feihong enjoyed this feeling very much. Jin Feihong, don't push your luck. Brother Debao is a trainee recognized by the top teachers. What right do you have to scold him? Ing Bao suddenly stood up and glared at Jin Feihong. Jin Feihong narrowed his eyes when he saw the girl who jumped out. Hee, trainee, have you fallen to the point where a girl has to stand up for you? I hope you can perform well. It's okay to be the artist who spent the least amount of votes, but don't be scolded by the audience. Jin Feihong saw the undisguised worry on Lin's face, and the corners of his mouth curled up as if he was looking at a trembling little sheep. He stopped pestering Lin and walked away. He still had a lot of time to play with Lin in the future. Tonight was just the prelude, or just the beginning of Lu Debao's nightmare. And Lin didn't speak from beginning to end, not because he couldn't refute, but because he was still thinking about going on stage. Jin Feihong's worry was real, but it wasn't about being scolded by the audience. Instead, he was worried about how to make Gu Qiu spend twice as much as he did. The end of Jin Feihong's famous performance further lowered the audience's expectations. At this moment, the host, Sister Hong, stepped onto the stage. She smiled and announced the next performance. Next, let's welcome trainee Lou DeBeo to perform for us, Cooking Dance. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the venue was stunned. Did I hear that right? A cooking dance? Cooking can be turned into a dance. Is this some kind of new comedy show? Red Ink Workshop has also fallen to the point of making a commotion. Trainee Lou DeBeo. Even trainees could participate in such a high-level performance feast now. Does Red Ink Workshop want to nurture this newcomer? Some of the audience were doubtful, while others were amazed. Previously, because of Guccio's performance, they seemed to be indifferent towards the follow-up program, but now they couldn't help but turn their gazes towards the stage. Of course, those gazes weren't kind. This was a trainee who wasn't even a top card. I'm afraid I'm the only trainee to perform on stage on the night of Red Ink, right? They all wanted to see what kind of clown dared to appear on such a grand stage. The trainees and famous celebrities also turned their gazes towards the center of the stage. Jean Fei-hong was also there, and he had a smile on his face. He was waiting for Enlin to make a fool of himself. Under everyone's gaze, a man in white holding a black frying pan began to appear in the center of the stage. He held a frying pan and a spatula and posed in a strange yet handsome pose. Uft! What kind of style is this? Is he really here to be funny? You don't say. I think this pose is pretty good. Also, this Lou DeBeo looks quite handsome, especially when he's focused. An audience member found the highlight, but he only watched it as a comedy show. Come on, Brother DeBeo. Ing Bao cheered him on backstage. Unlike the enthusiastic cheers and screams of other famous celebrities, Enlin's appearance was only greeted with perfunctory applause and heartfelt laughter. It couldn't be helped. This style was too unique. At this time, Enlin had already begun to greet the audience. Hello everyone, I'm a trainee Lou DeBeo. My specialty is cooking, dancing, and acting cool. Next, I'll perform a very special dance for everyone. As soon as Enlin's voice fell, rapid and dynamic music began to play. Then he began to wave the spatula like a knife and the black pan like ink in the air. It was a unique and unimaginable beauty, and the smiles of some of the audience members who were digesting Enlin's performance froze on their faces. This dance, how is this possible? Jean Fei-hong's eyes were also wide open, and his face was filled with disbelief. The spatula is like the rotation of heaven and earth, and the frying pan is like the culinary mind that can contain heaven and earth, and the universe can be seen as it is flipped and tossed. Countless people were shocked, including Ing Bao. Even those ace instructors had shocked expressions on their faces. And Lin didn't bring a spatula when he performed for them previously. Moreover, these movements had become more high-end and more in line with the Great Tao. It could even be said that it was beyond their understanding of the Great Tao. Dragon Emperor was dumbfounded. Spirit Emperor was an existence that looked like a child, and when he saw this dance, he directly floated up. District 8's Red Emperor was a woman wearing a red feather dress. She also stood up and her eyes were shining. My Red Ink Workshop actually has such a talent. Even the district chiefs were so shocked, let alone the audience members. Previously, they were still looking at the scene with disdain, but now they were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. They could only watch in a daze, and they naturally felt that special beauty. It was as if the heavenly Tao was following the rules, and everything was so comfortable and beautiful. This person, is he a trainee Lou DeBeo? Yun Xian stood quietly on the windowsill of the independent viewing room, and she looked at the man on the stage in a daze. In another viewing room, Golden Wheel Dance Empress exclaimed, "What a terrifying opponent! My dance Tao is being challenged." Guccio also opened the small window of the independent viewing room and looked at the man dancing in the middle of the stage with a frying pan and a spatula. Her eyes were as gentle as water, and she watched silently. The three headliners were all watching Enlin's performance with rapt attention. This was treatment that Jean Fei-hong had never received before, in terms of performance techniques and Tao realm alone. and Lin's cooking dance was already comparable to that of the most popular dancers. If one watched this dance for a long time, they would even feel their stomachs grumbling, and the urge to eat something was starting to creep in. And Lin was putting the title of Chef God of the Celestial Court on the line in this performance. Just when the audience thought that the performance would end like this, and Lin suddenly pulled out a chicken from his storage ring. Chapter 22:17. The 60,000 spectators were all dumbfounded. What was going on with the chicken just because of a disagreement? And this chicken was so big. It was over 10 meters in size. It was obviously some kind of strange beast. Almost in an instant, the chicken's feathers were all gone. At the same time, the chicken was chopped into tens of thousands of pieces by the wok, following the moving melody. Chicken, you are too fragrant. Beep, 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 beep. Chicken, you are too fragrant. Beep, 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 beep. The chicken started to fall into the pan. A holy flame appeared and burned under the pan. The chicken was thrown up the moment it touched the pan. Then the rest of the chicken fell and touched the scorching bottom of the pan. The chicken was over 10 meters long, and it was clearly an ordinary pan. But Lin could use the pan to use the principle of flowing water to fry the chicken on the spot. All kinds of chicken and seasonings danced in the air. The spatula and frying pan drew perfect arcs in the air. The moving music followed the beat. A cooking dance that 60,000 people would never forget appeared in their lives, just like that, forever engraved in their lives. No matter how much time had passed, when they missed delicious food, they would always think of that maverick man in white, and that demonic voice would always ring in their ears. Chicken, you are too fragrant. Chicken, you are too fragrant. Beep, 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 beep. It trembled along with the rhythm. A deadly fragrance started to drift out. The spectators smelled the fragrance that they would never forget. It was impossible to describe the allure of that fragrance. This fragrance, this chicken. So this chicken is really too fragrant. Woo, this fragrance, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Roar. A male tiger roared and was about to pounce onto the stage. In the end, a red light landed on the tiger's body and fixed him in place. It's performance time now. Please don't be agitated. The voice of the Red Emperor sounded. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes lingered on Lin's pan. She kept swallowing her saliva and couldn't help but lick her delicate red lips. Such a top-notch delicacy. It's not your turn to eat it, you stinky tiger. And Lin was still performing the stir-frying dance. The combination of the aroma and the dance presented an unprecedented scene to everyone. The scene was so infuriating that they couldn't wait to pounce on the frying pan. So, the stir-fry dance can be done like this? Treasure. This is definitely a treasure. Heavens. He actually had such a trick up his sleeves. The ace instructors were shocked. Sister Hong also murmured, "What kind of deity did I bring back?" Jean Hongfei didn't know what to say. His mind was blank as he stared blankly at Lin, who was dancing wildly on the stage. His stomach was growling, and Lin's dance had amazed the audience. But do you think this is the end? The corners of Lin's mouth curled up slightly. The real trump card had actually just begun. He was betting on his pinnacle culinary skills and the supreme culinary skills of the celestial court's god of cooking. And Lin held the frying pan in his hand and swung it 360 degrees toward the audience on the stage. The tender and fragrant chicken nuggets flew toward the 60,000 audience members like golden light. Then they accurately hovered in front of each and every one of them. Even the headliners and Jean Feihong had it in front of them. All the living beings were stunned. What was going on? There was food after a performance. This thing was a product of a performance. Could it really be eaten? At this moment, Lin gave them an expression that said he could enjoy it without worry. This finally completely aroused the desire of the audience. Truth be told, they had wanted to try this stir-fried chicken for a long time, but they never thought that they would really have the chance to eat it. Jean Fei-hong really wanted to slap the chicken nuggets in front of him away, but his body didn't allow him to do so. Moreover, he still had some hope in his heart. What if Liu Debao's stir-fried chicken was super disgusting? If the chicken nuggets smelled good but tasted horrible, then no matter how good Liu Debao's dancing was, he would definitely be greatly embarrassed and be scolded by the audience for being just for show. With this mentality, Jean Fei-hong ate the chicken nuggets in front of him in one bite. Suddenly, his body trembled violently. 2 streams of tears gushed out from the corners of his eyes. Lost. Completely lost. This chicken nugget was so delicious that it made him cry. The audience couldn't help but put the chicken nuggets into their mouths. Then, they revealed expressions similar to Jean Fei-hong's. They had never eaten stir-fried chicken that tasted so good. I can't believe there's such a delicious roast chicken in this world. Sob, sob, sob. This taste reminds me of the taste of the stir-fried chicken in my hometown before the world was destroyed. This is the taste of my mother. The combination of cooking and dancing is creating a brand new genre. The audience had tears streaming down their faces as they ate. The Dragon Emperor's son even squealed like a pig. He even shouted for his father to take Liu Debao as well. If he couldn't take her as a concubine, then let him be the district chief's exclusive chef. He wanted to enjoy such delicious food all the time. The 3 district chiefs also wanted more as they ate. They stared at Enlin on the stage as if they were looking at a treasure. No one knew what they were thinking. He dances so well and cooks so well. The Golden Wheel Dance Empress chewed on the chicken, feeling both satisfied and frustrated at the same time. I lost! I lost! Quick, little Wu, go and collect all the information about Liu Debao for me. Yun Xian's beautiful eyes rippled. She was very interested in the man in the center of the stage. The mermaid maid was still licking the chicken juice on her fingers. Hearing this, she immediately nodded. Yes, master. Even without Yun Xian's order, she also planned to collect information about Liu Debao. Gu Qiu still didn't say anything, but she had already eaten the chicken nuggets. Her gaze was still on Enlin, and no one knew what she was thinking. In this world, there were almost no existences that could interest her. However, Enlin could be considered one of them. It's because you smell too good. Clap, 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 clap. The music and the singing stopped, and Lin's performance came to an end. There was a moment of silence. What followed was the deafening cheers and screams. Liu Debao! Liu Debao! Liu Debao! Debao, I want to apologize to you. I shouldn't have laughed at you before. Debao, I love you, my dish. The audience was very sincere and honest. They didn't hesitate to give their cheers and applause. They even wanted to kneel down. This was the quality that a veteran red ink workshop audience should have. And Lin's performance could be said to have stunned the audience. The cheers and screams of the audience were all for him. Their combined momentum was so terrifying that it even overshadowed the previous headliners who were supported by many fans. That's right, almost all the living beings in Red Ink Workshop were conquered by his cooking dance. And Lin also left the stage in satisfaction amidst the unwilling cheers of the audience. Chapter 2218. All of the 60,000 spectators looked on longingly at Enlin's departing figure. They all wanted Enlin to perform for them one more time. This was a great benefit. Not only was it a feast for their eyes, but it was also a feast for their mouths. Who would be able to achieve such a feat? The top mentors all had a hunch that this cooking dance would definitely become the signature performance of Red Ink Workshop and even District 8. This dance would also become popular in the Holy Land of Taichu. Next, let's welcome Jinling, or to perform the musical instrument 9-colored Phoenix Bell. Sister Hong's passionate and charming voice resounded in the audience. The audience applauded and cheered. However, the applause and cheers seemed a bit perfunctory. Some were even cheering with the aftertaste in their mouths. After all, The top star of Red Ink Workshop was on the stage. Damn it, Lou DeBeo is so despicable. A young girl in a golden fairy dress gritted her teeth and stomped her feet, and the bells on her body rang sweetly. You made the performance so perfect. How can I perform like this? She was full of grievances, but she still had to pretend to go on stage with a smile. Then she heard extremely perfunctory cheers and applause. This made Jean Ling feel even more wronged. What kind of cheers and applause were sincere? After so many performances, she could still distinguish them. This could be said to be the most perfunctory audience welcome ceremony she had ever received. There was no one else like it. Damn DeBeo, stinky DeBeo. When I get off the stage, I'll teach you a lesson. Dear audience, long time no see. Ling, I really missed you guys. Jean Ling revealed the pure and flawless smile of a young girl, finally making the audience more enthusiastic. The top hostess began her performance. 9-colored Phoenix Ridge used 9 different bells to perform a perfect performance. She was extremely powerful, but the audience was still immersed in Chicken, You're Too Beautiful. Jean Ling, Er's heart was full of despair as she performed an unforgettable performance. At this time backstage, a group of trainees and top stars had taken the initiative to congratulate Enlin, trying to get close to him, completely different from their previous cold and evasive behavior. Needless to say, Enlin's future was definitely better than Jean Feihong's. Wasn't it obvious who he should build a good relationship with? Ing Bao ran over and hugged Enlin's arm, refusing to let go. Big brother DeBeo, are you going to adopt a younger sister? Do you want me to be your god-sister? If it really doesn't work out, I can be your goddaughter. The young woman wore a pitiable expression as she stared at Enlin with a scorching light in her eyes, leaving Enlin completely speechless. Jean Feihong had already fled, and no one knew where he was hiding. If he continued to stay here, he would only be waiting to be humiliated. To think that he wanted Enlin to be his follower, and even said that Enlin didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Now, it seemed that he was the one who really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. No wonder Enlin couldn't be bothered to talk to him backstage. It seemed that in Enlin's eyes his previous words were no different from a clown. Even the other trainees and famous artists looked at him with unconcealable mockery and ridicule in their eyes. That kind of gaze seemed to be able to burn a person, making him feel humiliated and tortured by samsara. He couldn't help but run to a corner where others couldn't see clearly. As for Jean Feihong's followers, they could only be described as too ashamed to show their faces. And Lin couldn't be bothered to beat them when they were down. He didn't care about these people in the first place. The gold medal teachers took the initiative to congratulate him. DeBeo, you're so amazing. I thought that today's assessment was your peak condition. I didn't expect you to still have a few tricks up your sleeve. I'm impressed. I'm really impressed. I've lived for so long, but I've never seen such a performance. The younger generation will surpass the older. The younger generation will surpass the older. The gold medal teachers all gave high praise to Enlin. DeBeo, you're so amazing. If you polish yourself a little and accumulate more fans, our Red Ink Workshop will have another top star in less than a year. Daphne said, full of surprise, and Lin smiled. A year is too long. We have to seize every minute. Yes. Daphne nodded instinctively. Then she froze, and her wings fluttered in fright. What did you say? I want to be the top star tonight, and Lin said honestly. Hiss! When the teachers heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Although Lin's performance was very powerful, his tone was really too arrogant. The condition to obtain the title of top star tonight is to spend votes. If the top star with the highest number of votes has spent more than twice the number of votes, then you can be chosen. It's undeniable that your performance tonight has the ability to surpass the average top star. If it's just Jean Ling, then you still have a sliver of hope. But Guccio's performance tonight, in terms of artistic value, you can at most be on par with Guccio. You can't. Daphne made the most professional judgment. Reason told her that it was completely impossible for Lynn to obtain the title of top star tonight. That's right. In terms of artistic value alone, I can't be twice as good as Guccio. And Lynn did not refute the teacher's judgment. But the ones who voted for me are not you, but the audience. The audience is blind, an old man said. Guccio's fan base is extremely terrifying. If the audience is blind, then wouldn't it be more disadvantageous for you to get the votes? And Lynn suddenly smiled and said with a deep gaze, not necessarily. Sometimes blindness can make people do things that go against the feelings they have accumulated over a long period of time. This depends on how big the impact of what they are experiencing is. The performance of the Red Ink night gradually came to an end. In the end, the finale performance of the top star, Ice Wolf, came to a perfect end. Among the 26 performances on the Red Ink night this time, the top stars occupied 5. It could be said to be the grandest performance in recent years. Then, it was time for the much-anticipated voting segment. It was still Sister Hong and an elegant man from the True Demon tribe who went on stage to host. All right, it's time for the most crucial voting segment of the night. Everyone in the audience has a vote to vote for the artiste who you think performed the best tonight. The artiste with the most votes will be chosen as tonight's flower master and become the most dazzling star of Red Ink Workshop. As soon as she finished speaking, a pink card appeared in front of every audience. There were the faces of the 26 artistes on it, and they could make a heart gesture to that artiste. Of course, there was only one chance to make a heart gesture. Whether it was an ordinary audience member or a district mayor, they only had one vote. This was absolutely fair. The voting period is 1 minute. Begin now. As Sister Hong's voice fell, the audience turned their eyes to the votes in their hands. Chapter 2219. Who should I vote for? 60,000 people in the audience fell into deep thought. Hiding in the corner, Jean Fei Hong was also looking forward to it. He still wanted to compete with Lin. Although Lin's performance was better than his, and Lin didn't have any fans before. He had the advantage of fans, so he should be able to surpass Lin, right? If he could get more votes than Lin tonight, he would be more confident when he returned to the training room. The voting began. Some super fans naturally voted for their own artists without hesitation. But how many of the 60,000 upper-class people were super fans of one artist? Most of them liked several top artists at the same time. After all, each top artist was so talented that they couldn't like one of them. The voting time was only 1 minute, so they couldn't discuss it. They could only think about it in their hearts and then make a decision. Obviously, the top artist of Red Ink Workshop was the most popular for votes. Goddess Guccio's new calligraphy is so beautiful and memorable. That's her. I love Golden Will Dance Empress Dance. I want to vote for Brother Dance Empress. Yunxian's singing is my favorite. Jinling, or his 9-colored phoenix bell, is super nice. Ice Wolf's ice sculpture is art. In addition to talking about the top artists, everyone in the audience couldn't help but think of one person. Chicken, you're so fragrant. The top artists are good, but I can't forget that mouthful of chicken. The stir-fried dance satisfies both the visual and the taste. It's always a good feeling. Some of the fan groups had already begun to shout loudly for votes. Vote for Jinling, vote for Jinling, vote for Jinling, vote for Goddess Guccio, vote for Jean Fei Hong. A leader of Jean Fei Hong's fan group was also shouting. After shouting, he gave his vote to the man with the frying pan. Anyway, Jean Fei Hong had so many fans. His vote wouldn't be a problem, right? It wasn't easy for Lou DeBeo to start his career. What if DeBeo received too little money and lost his motivation to cook? What would happen if he stopped cooking? That would be a loss for the entire Red Ink Workshop and the holy land of Taichu. The leader of the fan group felt that he should secretly encourage the other party. He was still hoping to be able to eat Lou DeBeo's dishes the next time he watched the performance. The leader of the fan group didn't expect that there were actually quite a few fans who had similar thoughts as him. On the contrary, there were actually a lot of them, much more than he had imagined. Why? Because everyone thought that Lou DeBeo would get very few tickets. After all, he did not have a fan base. But Lou DeBeo's dance was too good, and the chicken was too fragrant. He should have fans. Before Lou DeBeo's fan club was established, they would temporarily be Lou DeBeo's fans. They would vote for Lou DeBeo's cooking and dance, and chicken you are so fragrant. One by one, the fans of the famous brands, even the fans of the top brands, began to secretly switch sides. They did not shout Lou DeBeo's name, but they had already voted for Lou DeBeo for the man of the match in their hearts. In the corner, Jean Fehong listened to his die-hard fans shouting his name, feeling extremely gratified and satisfied. His influence was not weak after all. Did you see that, Lou DeBeo? That was the difference between the two of them. I have a group of die-hard fans. Do you? Jean Fehong listened to the few audience members shouting for Lou DeBeo and smiled confidently, even though he didn't know what he was competing for. But he was happy. 1 minute passed quickly. Sister Hong and another MC both began to step onto the stage. At the same time, a huge holographic energy screen began to appear in the center of the stage, ready to display the voting results. The voting is over. Finally, it's time to announce the voting results. Who will be the flower master tonight? As usual, we will announce the votes of the top 10 artists. Let's see first. Who is the artist with the 10th most votes? As soon as the voice fell, an old man of the stone tribe whose entire body was made of stone appeared on the screen with the number of votes, 1072. The 10th place is the painter Mao Busheng. He has received 1,072 votes. Congratulations! Sister Hua congratulated him with a smile, and the audience also applauded. A stone man walked onto the stage and bowed to the audience to express his gratitude. Immediately afterward, Hua Xiaomi, who was in 9th place, also happily walked onto the stage with 1,200 votes. The audience had all expected these artists to receive votes. Why isn't Lou DeBeo on the list yet? Could it be that Lou DeBeo isn't on the list? Some of the audience members began to feel dejected and regretful that they didn't shout Lou DeBeo's name during the voting process. He was clearly a very talented artist. Would Lou DeBeo be sad? Would he never cook again? The audience's hearts ached even more at this thought. Only Jean Fehong was extremely happy. Great! You can't even make it into the top 10. Let's see what you can do about it. Great! Immediately afterward, Jean Fehong's portrait appeared in 8th place. The 8th place is the martial artist Jean Fehong. He has received 1,282 votes. Congratulations! Jean Fehong's expression faltered. What? He was only in 8th place. One had to know that he was the strongest artist below the headliner. There were only 5 headliners present, so shouldn't he be in 6th place? Why was he only in 8th place? Even though he was dumbfounded and shocked, Jean Fehong still forced a smile and pretended to be very happy and excited as he stood on the stage and bowed to the audience. At the same time, he began to feel puzzled. It seemed like he had more than 1,282 hardcore fans present. The 7th place is the famed Taoist He Xian. He has received 1,373 votes. Congratulations! Sister Hong continued to read out loud. Amidst the cheers of the audience, a large tortoise crawled onto the stage and happily nodded at the audience in response to their cheers and applause. Jean Fehong suddenly realized that He Xian's performance was indeed more stunning, so it was understandable that he had more votes than him. However, he was only in 7th place. How were the 5 famed people going to be divided into 6 positions? And there was even a famed person above He Xian. At this moment, a cute girl in yellow appeared on the big screen. Headliner Jinling votes 3698, ranked 6th. Silence. A deathly silence. Even Sister Hong was stunned for a long time before she started her live broadcast. What was going on? The sixth place wasn't a famed artist, but a headliner? Did this mean that a famed artist had more votes than the headliner? This was an earth-shattering event. However, there was no famed artist who could outperform the headliner. Wait a minute. There was someone who could do it. The audience suddenly came to a realization. There was a trainee who was neither a headliner nor a famed artist who could do it. Lou DeBeo. It was definitely Lou DeBeo. Backstage, Jean Ling. Er's vision darkened when she saw this scene, and she almost fainted. Lou DeBeo, you ruined my youth. You ruined my career as a headliner. The girl's eyes were red. She felt that she was the first headliner to lose to a trainee in terms of votes. This was destined to be a stain on her life. Chapter 2220. In sixth place is the top musician, Jean Ling Er. She received 3,698 votes. Congratulations. Sister Hong announced the result. The word congratulations was as awkward as it could be. Jean Ling Er was still full of energy. She trotted onto the stage and expressed her gratitude to the audience in an innocent and cute manner. She swore that this was definitely the most intense performance she had ever given in her life. She wanted to cry, but she still had to smile. What should she do? The most shocked person was Jean Feihong. When Jean Feihong saw this scene, his previously comfortable heart was instantly pierced by a knife. How was this possible? Lou DeBeo spent more votes than the top performer? How was this possible? The audience was filled with emotion. Lou DeBeo's performance was indeed better than Jean Ling Er's, and he deserved to be in fifth place. The audience could accept this result. The vote they had secretly cast was not in vain. A trainee spent more votes than the top performer. They suddenly felt sorry for Jean Ling Er, who was still smiling on the stage. They didn't know what Jean Ling Er was thinking. Sister Hong's heart was filled with emotion. She didn't expect that the little brother with potential that she had found on the streets would shine so quickly. After tonight, Lou DeBeo's name would definitely resound in the 8th district. He did it. I didn't expect Brother DeBeo to really do it. Ing Bao's eyes lit up. She didn't expect the trainee she brought to visit the red ink workshop to be able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, of course. She still didn't believe that Lin could win the title of the top performer tonight. At this moment, the scene changed again. A snake man wearing golden armor appeared on the screen. The 60,000 spectators held their breaths once again. Top performer, Golden Wheel Dance Empress, spent 3,850 votes, ranked 5th. Ranked 5th, it wasn't Lou DeBeo. Golden Wheel Dance Empress was dumbfounded. I was actually defeated by Lou DeBeo? Ranked 5th is the top dancer, Golden Wheel Dance Empress, spent 3,850 votes. Congratulations. Sister Hong came back to her senses and congratulated her loudly. Golden Wheel Dance Empress swayed her snake tail and walked to the stage, sighing in her heart. Jean Ling Er didn't know why, but she didn't feel so bad anymore. Looking at Golden Wheel Dance Empress, she felt like they were in the same boat. She was not the only one who had lost to a trainee. This was very commendable. He gave a thumbs up to Lou DeBeo for his efforts. Sometimes love and hate were separated by a thin line. The audience had yet to catch their breath. A frost wolf appeared on the screen. In fourth place is the ice sculptor, Ice Wolf, with 4,150 votes. Congratulations. Sister Hong was already numb as she loudly announced the results. If Lou DeBeo could win against Jean Ling, Er and Golden Wheel Dance Empress, then it would be reasonable for him to win against Ice Wolf. A frost wolf gloomily walked towards the stage. Although Lou DeBeo's chicken was delicious, its ice sculpture was not bad either. Furthermore, it had a huge fan base. How could it lose? And Lin watched Ice Wolf ascend the stage with a faint smile on his face. How could he not know what the top girl was thinking? However, How could the headliners know how tempting it was for them to let the audience eat the most delicious chicken? Although the fans were good, a piece of chicken could betray the team. Backstage, the trainees and the top girls looked at the white shirt and felt that Lou DeBeo's figure was becoming taller and more imposing. Immediately after, a mermaid appeared on the screen. Top girl, songstress Yun Xian, for 1,560 votes, ranked third. Instantly, the audience could not remain calm. Yun Xian was an outstanding existence, even among the top girls. Lou DeBeo actually defeated her. Sob, sob, sob. I shouldn't have voted for DeBeo. I should have voted for my Yun Xian, Yun Xian. A fan sorrowfully repented. Some of Yun Xian's fans glared at that fan, as if saying, "It's all your fault, you traitor. It's because of you that Yun Xian was defeated by Lou DeBeo." Of course, his repentance made many of the audience feel the same way. They did not dare to look at their idol directly, as they felt that they had let her down. Yun Xian ascended the stage. She did not have any negative emotions. Her beautiful eyes frequently glanced towards the back of the stage, as if waiting for Enlin to appear. The atmosphere in the venue became restless. As a trainee, Lou DeBeo actually obtained second place. This was definitely the best in history. If not for Gucci's suppression, Lou DeBeo would probably have ascended to the heavens. Just thinking about it was really scary. The 60,000 spectators became more and more shocked as they thought about it. Even the 3 district mayors, Ling Huang, Long Huang, and Red Huang, were on their guard. They wanted to see how many votes Lou DeBeo had obtained. At this moment, the screen finally showed the second place. It was a beautiful and gentle woman, as if she had walked out of an ink painting. She used the starry sky as ink and heaven and earth as paper, writing a masterpiece of an era. Top girl, calligrapher Guccio, 11,968 votes, ranked second. This caused the audience to fall into silence. Top girl, Guccio, who was firmly in the top 3 of Red Ink Workshop. In this Red Ink night, she was actually only ranked second. The windows in the individual viewing rooms were opened. The top girls of Red Ink Workshop all looked at the results on the screen in astonishment. They were very surprised, really very surprised. As long as Guccio did not meet the other 2 top artists, she had never lost in terms of votes. Even if the top girl fought against her on the same stage, the result would be a crushing defeat. But now, could it be that she was also going to lose to a trainee? The 60,000 spectators were dumbfounded. The artists were also dumbfounded. Even the district mayors, who were waiting to see how many votes Lou DeBeo had, were also dumbfounded. They all realized a very shocking reality. Trainee Lou DeBeo's votes had actually surpassed Guccio's. Trainee Lou DeBeo was actually going to obtain the title of Red Ink Night's Flower Queen. In second place is calligrapher Guccio, 11,968 votes. Congratulations! Sister Hong's voice was almost trembling as she announced this result. She had never thought, not even in her dreams, that there would be such a result. This had already exceeded the scope of her imagination. My goddess Guccio! No, impossible! How could my goddess Guccio lose to a trainee? There must be an error in the statistics. There must be an error in the statistics, right? Save it. This is the judgment of the Holy Wall's branch system. Even if the world is destroyed, it can't be wrong. Sob, sob, sob. I should chop off my hand. Why did I vote for Lou DeBeo? Sob, sob, sob. Some of the spectators were shocked, while others were repenting. Did you guys notice that the top girls' votes are a little less? Yes, I also noticed this problem. Could it be? Some of the spectators thought of this possibility, and a chill rushed to the top of their heads. Although countless people did not dare to believe it, the image on the big screen changed. A man appeared on the screen, which was within their expectations, but still shocked them to the point that their scalps went numb. He was dressed in white, holding a pot in his left hand and a spatula in his right. His style was unique, and it contained an exceptional sense of beauty. Trainee Lou DeBeo, 26,720 votes, champion. The results were out. The audience was shocked. Chapter 2221. Holy sh*T, the champion is really Lou DeBeo. He defeated 5 top artists in a row. Even Guccio was defeated by him. Is he a demon? Where did this monster come from? He's a trainee. Did you guys realize that his monthly votes, over 26,000? That's F***king impossible, right? Does that mean that almost half of the audience voted for him? This can't be real, right? An audience member shouted angrily. However, the brothers beside him raised their hands one after another. I voted for him. I voted for him too. Sorry, the chicken smells too good. An audience member was full of guilt and said with tears streaming down his face. The audience member who shouted angrily was dumbfounded. They weren't the only ones who were dumbfounded. Countless famous brands and top celebrities were also dumbfounded. Even Guccio was moved. She stared blankly at the man on the screen, her cherry lips slightly open and her eyes unblinking. This was the most unstable emotional state she had ever been since she appeared on the stage. What kind of monster is this? Hong Huang slammed the table, her beautiful eyes looking at the man on the big screen in disbelief. She admitted that the cooking dance was a pioneer and that the chicken was very fragrant. But this number of votes was too exaggerated. This can't be real. This number of votes. How can this be possible? On the stage, Jean Feihong's eyes were bigger than Belle's as he stared at the man on the screen in shock. He only had a little more than 1,000 votes. But Lou DeBeo had more than 26,000 votes. This was more than 20 times his. What kind of concept was this? Not only did Lou DeBeo win the championship, but he won it with an absolute crushing of the votes. This miracle had never happened since Red Ink Workshop was founded on Red Ink Night. The champion is Red Ink Workshop's trainee Lou DeBeo. He won the championship with 26,720 votes. He won the title of Red Ink Night's Flower Queen. Congratulations! Sister Hong was almost trembling as she shouted this name. She knew that this moment would definitely go down in history. This was an extremely shocking and grand moment. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of people, and Lin walked up to the stage and stood calmly in front of all the artists. Facing the tens of thousands of people in the audience, he bowed slightly. He had already expected it, so he wasn't particularly surprised. However, when the result really appeared, a huge stone in his heart was completely lifted, and he still felt relaxed. Lou DeBeo, congratulations. At this moment, a warm and gentle voice resounded in his ears, and Lin turned around and saw a white-clothed woman with a beautiful smile quietly looking at him. And Lin was a little surprised. Was this the first time Guccio was talking to someone else alone? Thank you, and Lin replied politely. Hei Xian, Ice Wolf, Yun Xian, and the other celebrities also congratulated Lin. Jean Ling put her hands on her hips and pouted, Humph! Didn't you get so many votes by bribing the audience? And Lin was shocked. Someone had actually pointed out the true nature of the matter. He turned to look at Jean Ling. Jean Ling panicked a little under Lin's gaze, but she still stiffened her neck and said, What's wrong? You don't accept it? Do you think I'm wrong? Is my chicken fragrant? And Lin asked without answering her question. Jean Ling! I was caught off guard by this question. She couldn't go against her heart and could only say with difficulty, Fragrant, and Lin chuckled. That's part of my ability, understand? Jean Ling! Er's face became even redder. She pouted her lips and looked away. Although she wanted to deny it, she understood in her heart that Lin had indeed won the championship with his own ability. Without that ability, there was no way he could have won the championship. Next, let us invite our 8th District's District Chief, Hong Huang, to personally crown Lou DeBeo as the Flower Lord. Sister Hong's voice sounded again. Heavenly music sounded. Flower petals rained down from the sky. A peerlessly beautiful woman walked toward the stage with a flower wreath glowing with divine light in her hand. And Lin looked at the 8th District's ruler up close. At the same time, she was also the strongest existence in the 8th District. And Lin's strength was in the self-sealing stage. So he couldn't see how deep the other party's cultivation was. It could only be described as unfathomable. Congratulations, Lu DeBeo! You are tonight's Flower Lord, the most dazzling artiste of red ink night. Hong Huang's beauty could be described as soul-stirring, especially when she smiled. She personally placed the flower wreath glowing with divine light on Enlin's head. Instantly, countless fireworks bloomed around Red Ink Workshop. Clusters of fireworks bloomed in the night sky, illuminating this huge city. Congratulations to trainee Lu DeBeo for obtaining the highest number of votes and becoming the Flower Lord of Red Ink Night. Hong Huang's voice spread throughout the 8th District. Millions of people were stunned, as if they had heard wrongly. Trainee? Flower Lord? What was wrong with this world? Glory belonged to Lu DeBeo. From tonight onwards, Lu DeBeo's name would spread throughout the 8th District. At the scene of Red Ink Workshop's performance, dreamy flower petals swirled and fell. Everything was so romantic and beautiful. He felt a different energy, fluctuation from the flower crown on Enlin's head. That was the aura of the heavenly Tao. This discovery made him a little excited. The applause was thunderous. After Hong Huang put the flower crown on Enlin, she didn't walk off the stage. She still stood on the stage and said to the audience, "There is one more very important thing. Our Red Ink Workshop has a very special rule. If an artiste can outspend all the other headliners in a performance with a headliner and get more than twice as many tickets as the headliner with the highest number of tickets on the spot, then that artiste can be directly promoted to the headliner of Red Ink Workshop." Now, Lu DeBeo's number of votes is 26,720, more than twice Guccio's 11968. So I hereby announce that trainee Lu DeBeo has officially become the headliner of Red Ink Workshop. Boom! This sentence was like a clap of thunder, waking up all the audience. Yes, because such a situation hadn't happened in a long time, they almost forgot there was such a rule. Now that they thought about it carefully, trainee Lu DeBeo was actually able to stand out in such a terrifying competition on the night of Red Ink and obtain more than twice the number of votes of Guccio. What level of difficulty was this challenge? And Lu DeBeo actually did it. Awesome, really too awesome. Lu DeBeo, Lu DeBeo, Lu DeBeo. One by one, the audience began to shout Lu DeBeo's name. At first, there were thousands of people, but in the end, tens of thousands of people shouted at the same time. They all loved and admired Enlin's talent from the bottom of their hearts. The sound converged into a wave, breaking through Red Ink Workshop and reaching the sky. Enlin stood in the center of the stage, listening to the deafening shouts and screams, and smiled happily. At this moment, he knew he had done it. He had successfully become the headliner of Red Ink Workshop. Chapter 22:22. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your love for me. I will continue to work hard and contribute a better cooking dance for everyone. And Lin's speech ushered in another climax. Tonight was destined to be Enlin's night. The audience's joy and cheers. The artist's envy and admiration. They were all making Enlin even more dazzling and dazzling. The top mentors who had assessed him before were all in a trance at this moment. Lu DeBeo said he wanted to win the championship, and I refuted him. Now it seems that I was too naive. Daphne said with emotion. The old man, next to her, nodded. From the beginning, his goal was very clear, and he studied the hearts of people and the audience's preferences very deeply. He is definitely an extremely powerful artist. Ing Bao did not think as much as the mentors. Her heart was beating wildly, and her breathing quickened. Countless thoughts were surging in her mind. Lou DeBeo did it? Lou DeBeo really did it? She thought it was a wishful thinking. Lou DeBeo actually made it happen? The scary thing was that Lou DeBeo had been aiming for this goal from the beginning. How deep was this man hiding? What kind of person was he? And that bet, what would Lou DeBeo ask her to do? Thinking of this, Ing Bao's heart was beating wildly again. There was another person on the stage. That person's legs were already weak, and he wanted to hide in a crack in the ground. Jean Feihong did not expect that this trainee, who looked like a pushover, would become the star of Red Ink Workshop in just one day. The most important thing was that he had insulted Lou DeBeo in every possible way and wanted to kill him. Now, in the blink of an eye, others were going to look down on him. No wonder Lou DeBeo did not speak to him. He was not pretending, but he was really a funny clown, and Lin did not pay attention to Jean Feihong. Even though he had already gotten 10 points from being the best, he was too lazy to show off in front of Jean Feihong. After all, his goal was not there. When the Red Emperor saw that Lin was still calm despite the cheers of the crowd, he admired him even more. He said, "Lou DeBeo, according to tradition, after you become the star, you have to perform another song for the audience." Ah, is there such a custom? And Lin really didn't know. Ing Bao didn't tell him, or maybe she was too lazy to tell him. After all, no one knew that Lou DeBeo could become the top girl in one night. You're not prepared? Impromptu performances are also allowed. When the Red Emperor saw Lin's expression, he did not feel unnatural at all. Instead, he smiled at Lin like a big sister next door, and his tone had the power to pacify people's hearts. When the audience heard that there was going to be a performance, they all got excited. "Let's have another fried chicken," the Dragon Emperor's son shouted. The rest of the audience followed suit. "Chicken, you smell so good." "Chicken, you smell so good." "Other dishes are fine too." "Cow, you smell so good." "I want pig, you smell so good." "Fish, you smell so good." As the audience shouted, their stomachs started to get hungry. When Jean Ling'er saw this scene, she held her forehead and sighed. "Despicable DeBeo, what have you done to our Red Ink Workshop?" Red Ink Workshop was one of the last art palaces in this world, but now a large group of people were shouting the names of dishes. Those who didn't know would think that they were at a market. And Lin smiled but did not say anything. What was this style? At the start, he thought that the style of Red Ink Workshop was the style of Yihong Brothel. Sister Hong even said that the ladies inside were all artists. At that time, it was already polite of Lin not to laugh out loud. The 60,000 spectators were all very enthusiastic. They were looking forward to Lin's performance. However, Lin was quite distressed. He couldn't cook anymore. The frying pan could only be used once a day. If he used it again, it would not be as fragrant. Thus, he had to change his performance method. Then, what method should he change? And Lin looked toward the venue. This place was extremely lively, and the cheers were like a tidal wave. All of the artists who had reached the pinnacle of their respective fields were looking at him with encouraging smiles on their faces, as if they were cheering him on. All of the spectators were extremely enthusiastic, as if everything was perfect. However, Lin knew that this was perhaps the last bit of beauty in the ancient Tai Chu realm. These people were clearly in a half-dead state, but they were still holding on to their civilization and believing in their time. Red Ink Workshop glazed lantern, the starry sky of the Tai Chu ruins. And Lin stood at the center of the stage in a white robe. He suddenly recalled a popular song from Earth. It was an old song from over 100 years ago. How many people still remembered this song? Just like the ancient Tai Chu realm, it was once the center of the universe. How many living beings still remembered it? The brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear me? Those who look up to me. The loneliness and sighs in the bottom of my heart. The song suddenly sounded, and the raucous venue and cheers abruptly disappeared. They were all qualified spectators, and they knew that Lin had already begun his performance, so they all remained silent. The Red Emperor was immediately dumbstruck. She felt like this song was very appropriate for their current situation. Wasn't the ancient Tai-Chu realm once the brightest star in the night sky? But now they had become people they looked up to and reminisced about. The brightest star in the night sky. Can you remember the figure who once walked with me and disappeared in the wind and rain? An ethereal yet magnetic voice sounded. The spectators gradually began to realize that this was a song for them. Just how many of their loved ones had disappeared in the face of the apocalyptic disaster? There were far too many, so many that they couldn't even remember. They were the lonely living beings who looked up to the stars. An extremely beautiful accompaniment began to sound. The spectators suddenly discovered that Gu Qiu was sitting on the stage like a tranquil and beautiful woman, and she was playing the harp for the man beside her. I pray for a transparent heart. And tears in my eyes. Give me the courage to believe again. Oh, to embrace you beyond the lies. The climax sounded, and all the spectators felt a layer of goosebumps. And Lin's voice seemed to have a peculiar penetrating power, and it carried with it a special kind of magic, hope, and wish as he sang to his heart's content. Every time I can't find the meaning of existence, every time I'm lost in the night. Oh, the brightest star in the night, please guide me to you, and Lin's voice was still drifting through the air. The spectators had tears streaming down their faces. They were struggling, and they had to survive even if they had to change their life forms. They couldn't find the meaning of existence. They were situated in the last lonely city of this destroyed world, and they had to endure endless loneliness and darkness. And Lin continued to sing. However, the spectators began to disappear one by one. They disappeared into their seats, as if they had never existed. And Lin didn't seem to care and continued to sing. Ying Bao, who was softly singing with tears streaming down her face, also disappeared. And Lin was still singing passionately. The artists on the stage also disappeared one by one. Finally, Gu Qiu, who was accompanying him, also disappeared, and the accompaniment came to an abrupt end. The stage was very empty. There was no one in the spectator seats. Perhaps they had never existed in the first place. The people on the stage were still singing. What Lin saw was the red ink workshop that had even lost its light. The lanterns and candles were extinguished, and the divine light had dissipated. The only light was the stars. It was as if he was situated under the starry sky, in a dark and silent 99-story pavilion. The people below the stage were gone, and the people on the stage were singing softly. Did everything really not exist? The brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear me, the one who looks up to you, the loneliness and sighs in the bottom of my heart? Chapter 22-23. And Lin finished the song with the utmost sincerity in his heart. He didn't need to use any extraordinary singing techniques, and he didn't even need to incorporate his Tao realm into this song. This song was very suitable for this world. After the song ended, everything returned to normal. There was the luxurious red ink workshop that seemed to stand eternally on the continent. There were lights that were warmer and more beautiful than the stars in the sky. There were sobbing spectators, as well as Gu Qiu, whose eyes had already turned red. And Lin bowed to the spectators. The spectators responded with applause. "Thank you," the Red Emperor said in a soft voice. "Thank you for showing me the most dazzling artistic civilization in the ancient Tai-Chu realm." And Lin also said in a soft voice, "You knew." The Red Emperor was a little surprised, and Lin pointed at the special flower garland on his head with a smile. "Didn't you tell me of your own accord?" "I just wanted to try my luck because I saw how special you were. Those who understand will naturally understand, and those who don't, I'll just treat it as a beautiful piece of art." The Red Emperor smiled, and Lin knew that the Red Emperor already knew that he was from the Tai-Chu continent. The flower garland on his head possessed the power of eternity, and it was used to store some information regarding culture and art. It was like a USB flash drive that contained a huge amount of information. It carried the remnants of a continent's civilization and was extremely precious. The performance concluded. Raucous applause erupted again. However, no one was cheering anymore. No one wanted to destroy the special meaning of the performance. And Lin also slowly exited the stage amidst the applause. At this moment, he was patted on the shoulder again, and Lin saw that Gu Qiu was walking gracefully behind him. There was a slight blush on her gentle and beautiful face. Dabao, I want to ask you for a favor. The woman looked at Lin with an uneasy expression. Go ahead, Gu Qiu. And Lin had a nonchalant expression on his face. The song you sang just now was very good. So, can I use this song to write a word? Gu Qiu asked expectantly as she looked at Lin with her limpid eyes. And Lin was dumbstruck. Using a song to write a word? What kind of operation was that? Can't I? Gu Qiu saw Lin's disappointed expression. Of course, Lin replied with a smile. Hearing this answer, Gu Qiu finally smiled. Thank you. And Lin really didn't expect that Red Ink Workshop would be so conscious of artistic copyrights. It wasn't even a cover song. Instead, it was merely creating a word based on the song. They actually had to actively seek the opinion of the singer before they could do so. This small matter made Lin like this Red Ink Workshop even more. Big Brother Dabao, I didn't expect you to really do it. You did everything you said. From today onwards, I will be your hardcore fan. Ing Bao took the initiative to run to Lin and said excitedly, I never brag. After all, I've always been awesome. And Lin smiled, glaring at Lin. Ing Bao grumbled, Big Brother Dabao, don't curse. You're now a celebrity, so you have to pay attention to your image. And Lin smiled but didn't say anything. He didn't have the burden of being an idol. In Tai Chu continent, no matter how much he was deified, he could still live as he pleased. In any case, even if he were to pick his nose while walking on the street, he would be praised for his elegant movements and his carefree character. At this moment, the celebrities backstage all swarmed up and congratulated him enthusiastically. Compared to their previous attempts to curry favor with him, they were more respectful now. They were afraid that Lin would take revenge on them. With Lin's current status, it would be a piece of cake for him to mess with any celebrity that wasn't a celebrity. One had to realize that many of these people had treated Lin coldly and even mocked him. And Jin Fei Hong's underlings had even insulted Lin before. This was AF * King big deal. What was the consequence of insulting a celebrity? They shuddered at the thought of it. Right now, they could only try their best to curry favor with him or hide in a corner and tremble. And Lin naturally ignored them. They were just a bunch of small fries. It would be too degrading to chase after them and beat them up. Your Majesty, Jin Fei Hong and his underlings made things difficult for me when I came. They beat me up and insulted me. You have to stand up for me. And Lin pointed at the people in front of him with a worried expression. Oh, there's such a thing. The Red Emperor was stunned. Jin Fei Hong's legs immediately turned to jelly. I'm innocent. Your Majesty, I only threatened Liu Dabao. I didn't beat him up. You dare to threaten the top celebrity of Moulin Rouge. The Red Emperor raised his brows. Jin Fei Hong. Jin Fei Hong's underlings were scared ***. They all knelt down and begged for mercy. The other trainees and celebrities also cut ties with Jin Fei Hong and added insult to injury. Just like that, Jin Fei Hong and his underlings were ordered to be taken away by the Red Emperor. Liu Dabao was the top celebrity of Moulin Rouge, and he had a bright future. It was just a celebrity. Even if it was a top celebrity, if he offended the top celebrity, he could only suffer. The Red Emperor helped Lin vent his anger, and Lin felt very comfortable. Jin Fei Hong had bullied many artists before him. If it wasn't for Lin's talent, he would have been bullied by that bastard. Now that Jin Fei Hong was being punished, it could be said to be very satisfying. At this moment, there was a sudden noise from backstage. A majestic voice was heard. King Bai is here. Then a fat man from the Dragon Clan swaggered over. Beside him was King Bai's son, who who had just shouted, "King Bai is here." King Bai was the mayor of the 6th district. His arrival made the artists a little nervous. The fatty from the dragon clan walked proudly in front of the beautiful woman in red. Only then did he show a hint of respect. He bowed slightly and said, "Red Emperor." The Red Emperor bowed back and said, "King Bai, I wonder why you have come to this place." Before King Bai spoke, his son pointed at Su Chan and excitedly said, "I want to take her as a concubine. Please allow it, Red Emperor." After he said that, everyone was shocked. Su Chan's cold expression was difficult to maintain. She could not help but take a few steps back. The Red Emperor looked troubled. "What? Su Chan is not the top celebrity," King Bai said. "Why are you hesitating? Don't worry. If she marries into the Bai family, she will be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. We will not mistreat her." And Lin blinked and couldn't help but say, "She is a dragon. Why would she need to leap over the dragon gate?" The artists were shocked. Lu Debao dared to talk back to King Bai. When King Bai heard this, he immediately turned his gaze to Enlin. His son excitedly shouted at Enlin, "Dad, I want him to cook for us. Even if he is the top celebrity, I want him. The food he cooks is too delicious." And Lin coldly laughed and said, "Little fatty, don't always think about eating. Look at you. You should lose some weight. You dare to call me fatty?" When Fat Dragon heard this, he suddenly looked angry. "Do you know who I am? It is your honor to cook for us." And Lin coldly looked at Fat Dragon and shook his head. "You do not deserve it." Chapter 22-24. And Lin's merciless words caused everyone's expressions to freeze. F***CK, after becoming the number one, his words were actually so arrogant. The surrounding artists looked at Enlin with admiration and pity. They admired Enlin for doing something that they did not dare to do. He was very courageous, and it was a pity that such an artist with a limitless future was about to die young. Sure enough, little Dragon Fatty exploded in anger. "How dare you? You're the number one, and you dare to speak to me like that? Capture him. Father, let's capture him. Just use the name of insulting the district chief. This crime is enough." Little Fatty Dragon was probably used to being arrogant. He immediately pulled the Dragon Emperor's hand and shouted. And Lin's expression remained calm and collected as he turned toward the Red Empress, as if he was waiting for her reaction. Without any hesitation, the Red Emperor stood in front of Enlin. His gaze turned cold, impudent. "Dragon Yiksha, do you know whose territory this is? Do you have the right to speak here?" An extremely frightening aura suddenly exploded. The previously arrogant little fatty dragon was suddenly shocked speechless by that aura. He hid behind the Dragon Emperor in fear and shouted, "Father! She bullied me!" And Lin was completely speechless. Which family had raised this gigantic infant? Wasn't the mighty Dragon Emperor ashamed to bring a son like this out with him? However, something that shocked him even more happened. The Dragon Emperor actually released an extremely powerful aura as well, fighting against the Red Emperor as an equal. He revealed a bloodthirsty smile. "Red Emperor, what's the point of bullying a child? If you have the ability, come and exchange a few blows with me." The Red Emperor frowned and said coldly, "I'll say it now. You can't bring Lu Debao away, and you can't bring Su Chan away either." "Ha ha ha. Good. The Red Emperor has the ability. Then I'll challenge you to a district chief's challenge." The Dragon Emperor threw out a copper coin-like object that was glowing with divine light. In an instant, the Dragon Emperor and the Red Emperor disappeared on the spot. Then, in the sky above, outside the transparent barrier, two extremely valiant figures appeared. A golden dragon covered the starry sky with a majestic aura, roaring continuously. A streak of brilliant red divine light soared into the universe. Boom, boom, boom. Both sides began to fight fiercely. As soon as the battle started, it was an earth-shattering scene. "They're fighting. Oh my God, why are the two mayors fighting?" The artistes didn't expect that Hong Huang would protect Lin like this, and even more so, they didn't expect that the usually respected district chief would hit him just like that. When Su Chan saw this scene, her eyes turned red. She directly walked in front of Lin and bowed to express her gratitude. She knew that if not for Lin, the Red Emperor would not have protected her. In fact, Lin was dumbfounded. He did it because he had some ulterior motives, but he didn't expect the two seemingly friendly mayors to fight without any hesitation. From the looks of it now, the Dragon Emperor probably had this in mind when he brought little fatty dragon out. He knew that his son was a troublemaker, so he brought his son out. The little fat dragon had already run to the railing, shouting at the battle in the sky, as if he didn't know what he was doing. Why are they fighting like this? What's the matter with the mayor's challenge? And Lin found that this battle was not as simple as it seemed. At this time, Gu Qiu came over and said softly, "I'm afraid you don't know that the Holy Land of Taichu originally had 23 districts," and Lin blinked. Huh. Now there are only 10 districts left because the mayor of a district challenged the mayor of another district. If he can defeat the mayor of that district, he can merge that district into one. However, because the mayor has the home field advantage, it is extremely difficult to defeat him. Thus, the Holy Land of Taichu has maintained the status quo for a long time. Gu Qiu looked up at the battle in the sky with a worried expression. Now the Dragon Emperor suddenly launched an attack. I wonder why, and Lin suddenly thought of the heavenly light goddess, and his expression changed slightly. Right at this moment, the Red Emperor's attacks became more ferocious. With the help of the home field advantage, he easily wounded the Dragon Emperor. An earth-shattering crimson blade sliced through the Dragon Emperor's body. The golden dragon wailed in anguish and fell to the ground. Everything seemed to have been settled, and Lin could see that the Dragon Emperor and the Red Emperor were both at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, but the Red Emperor could even unleash the power of the God of Creation stage by relying on the home field advantage. However, right at this moment, a golden light shot out from the Dragon Emperor's body. The Dragon Emperor's aura suddenly became extremely holy and vast. The Red Emperor held 2 crimson swords in his hands and slashed toward the Dragon Emperor. 2 sword projections descended like a cross, as if they were 2 sword projections that had split the starry sky into 4 parts. However, the powerful sword projections were easily vanquished by the Dragon Emperor with a gentle flick of his tail. Ha ha ha. Red Emperor, I've obtained a new power. You're no match for me. The Dragon Emperor was like a ball of golden light as he crashed into the Red Emperor's body. The Red Emperor swung his swords, but he was unable to even break through the Dragon Emperor's dragon scales. Instead, he was forced into retreat by a terrifying power. This is the power of light. And Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was even more certain of his speculation. Hurry up and go to the Heavenly Book Pavilion. The Red Emperor's urgent voice traveled into Lin's ears through voice transmission. Why did you choose me? And Lin asked after a moment of thought. That woman calls herself the power of light, but she's a destroyer. However, you're different. I heard something different from your songs, so I chose you. Can I trust you? The Red Emperor's voice traveled into Lin's ears. And Lin took a deep look at the woman in the red dress who was being suppressed by the golden dragon and nodded. I hope that all of you can survive. I'll stop her. When the Red Emperor heard this, a relieved smile finally appeared on her beautiful face. At this moment, Lin had already turned to leave. Big Brother Debao, where are you going? Ing Bao immediately ran after Lin upon seeing that he wasn't fighting like the other celebrities. I'm going to the Heavenly Book Pavilion, and Lin replied. Heavenly Book Pavilion. Ing Bao covered her mouth with an incredulous expression. The 2 emperors of the Holy Land are fighting, but you're going to read? And Lin glanced at the adorable Ing Bao and flicked her forehead with a smile. Don't worry, I'm a very fast reader. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Book Pavilion. The two elderly men were still standing silently at the entrance, exuding Tao integration stage energy fluctuations. And Lin walked over. However, the two elderly men suddenly spoke. "Stop! You haven't obtained the right to enter the Heavenly Book Pavilion. Anyone who trespasses will be killed." And Lin was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He pointed at the garland on his head. "I'm already the star." The star is only the basic requirement. You must also be an artist who has made significant contributions to Red Ink Workshop. Only then will you have the opportunity to enter the Heavenly Book Pavilion. One of the elderly men said lightly, and Lin was stunned. Significant contributions? He had just become the star. How could he have made significant contributions? "It's all right, Big Brother DeBeo. You'll enter the Heavenly Book Pavilion sooner or later. There's no need to rush, right?" Ing Bao comforted him. "No, I don't have time." And Lin gritted his teeth. "Use mine." At this moment, a gentle and soothing voice sounded. Gu Qiu had already appeared beside Lin. There was a peaceful smile on her face. "I still have one more chance to enter the pavilion. I'll give it to DeBeo." Chapter 22-25. The two elders looked at each other. After hesitating for a few seconds, they finally nodded and agreed to Gu Qiu's method. Gu Qiu gave them something that looked like a copper coin. After they accepted it, they took a step to the side and looked as though they were allowing Lin to enter. "You only have one day. You must cherish it." Gu Qiu looked at Lin and smiled. "Thank you, Fairy Gu Qiu." And Lin expressed his gratitude. He did not expect Gu Qiu to help him at this time. The battle outside was so interesting. Why didn't Gu Qiu go and watch? Instead, she followed him. Could it be that she liked him? The number of times he could enter the pavilion must be very precious. He had to find an opportunity to repay Gu Qiu in the future. And Lin walked into the Heavenly Scripture Pavilion. Once he walked through the door, he discovered that there were actually many bookshelves in front of him. They were arranged in a circular manner and looked like circles of rings. There were many books piled up on the bookshelves. Just by looking at it, there were tens of millions of books on each floor. The total number of books on the 9th floor was probably more than 100 million. And Lin picked up one of the books. This book was only slightly thicker than a piece of paper. How much content could it contain with such a small thickness? On the cover of the book, the words "Beauty of Music" were printed in gold. The author was Yun Xian, and Lin flipped open the cover of the book, and countless melodies and the true intent of music suddenly appeared in his mind. There were also tens of thousands of musical scores, including all types of vocal techniques, as well as all types of artistic conception descriptions. This method of projection, and Lin's expression changed drastically. A storm was set off in his heart. He felt a sense of familiarity from this consciousness projection. It was the system's method of projection. When he wanted to comprehend a certain musical technique, that power would slowly seep into his mind and become one with his life, becoming his ability. This was very similar to the system's method of instilling power. It was just that the speed was much slower. This method had an advantage. Information was not only transmitted through words, but also through consciousness, technique, spirit, and Tao. Once it was imparted, it would be imprinted in one's life and would be hard to forget. Could it be that the one who built the Heavenly Book Pavilion and the one who gave him the system were the same person? And Lin looked at the densely packed books in front of him. Apart from these books, there was nothing special. Could it be that the thing that the Heavenly Light Goddess wanted was hidden among these books? However, even though Lin was a Tao integration stage, super mighty figure, he would only be able to read a few hundred to a few thousand books in a day at most. It would take an unimaginable amount of time to completely comprehend all of these books. It's hard to increase the speed at which I absorb this knowledge. Do I have to go all out and use all my strength to learn? In this way, will the backlash from the heavenly Tao of this world directly affect me? and Lin frowned and fell into deep thought. The books before him included astronomical history, Taoist spells and immortal spells, as well as masterpieces of art and the wisdom of the myriad races. Their method of conveying information was through the special consciousness within the book. It was as if there was an expert in the book who was enlightening him. Then, could the speed at which this consciousness was conveying information be related to the state of the recipient? He discovered that when he absorbed information, the speed at which he absorbed information was not uniform. In fact, it would even change slightly as he breathed. With this thought in mind, Lin silently activated the 5 elemental body. A golden ring appeared behind him, and his aura changed completely. In an instant, a huge amount of information flowed into his mind, and Lin was elated. This method worked. His speed increased by 10 times. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook violently. Even the books around him began to tremble slightly, and Lin was startled. He thought that he had caused trouble. However, after carefully sensing the situation, he realized that the battle between the Dragon Emperor and the Red Emperor had spread to this place. This is bad. Although the Red Emperor has the power of the 8th region, she is no match for the Dragon Emperor, who possesses the power of light. She won't be able to hold on for long, let alone one day. She might not even be able to hold on for 15 minutes. And Lin's expression became even more solemn as he sensed the situation outside. What other states were there that were easier to absorb? And Lin suddenly thought of his darkness. Darkness had the most terrifying and powerful devouring effect. Would there be a miraculous effect when combined with the enlightenment of the books? And Lin hesitated for a moment, but he still decided to take the risk. Darkness, in the name of the heavenly Tao, I order you to come out. A divine seal appeared on Lin's forehead. A black feather robe suddenly appeared, fluttering in the wind as if it could suck in everything around it, including light. At the same time, heaven and earth instantly turned dark. There were only countless books floating in the air, in the same space-time as in Lin. The concealment formation of the heavenly book pavilion suddenly lit up, but it soon dimmed again, and Lin seemed to have sensed something. Indeed, after getting permission to enter the heavenly book pavilion, the concealment formation's hostility towards him would be greatly reduced, and it would even recognize him as an ally. Even if he used such an extremely dangerous spell, it would not cause much of a backlash at this moment. The book in front of him completely dimmed, and all the contents of the book were deeply imprinted in his mind. In that instant, Lin mastered a complete set of vocal techniques, and he could even imitate the singing techniques of over 10,000 different living beings. I've increased my speed by over 10,000 times. An expression of incredulity appeared on Lin's face. Not only that, but I can also... Darkness spread outward, enshrouding over 10,000 books, then 100,000, 1,000,000, 10,000,000, tens of millions. In the end, all of the books had been enshrouded by darkness. Boom! A terrifying amount of information, as well as abilities and techniques, surged into Lin's mind in a frenzy. One had to realize that each and every book here represented the essence of different species, and a Tao integration stage mighty figure could study and absorb them for several minutes. But what did it mean for close to 100 million books to transmit information at the same time? Any other god of creation would feel as if their brains were about to explode in the face of such a huge amount of information. However, Lin was different. After activating darkness, his entire body was like a bottomless pit, and he would absorb as much information as he could. No matter how vast the amount of information was, no matter how vast the Tao realm and true intent was, he would be able to absorb all of it. He had thought that it would take him a long time to absorb all of the information, but it only took him a minute to absorb the essence of close to 100 million books. At this moment, Lin could sense the magnificence of the ancient Tai Chu realm civilization. He could sense the vast amount of beautiful art that was available to him. At the same time, he was struck by a sense of heartache for the struggles and tragic endings of countless living beings. What kind of dire straits had they been forced into in order to transform their lives into something like this? They were nothing when they didn't look, and they could only exist when they looked. This kind of life form was already the greatest compromise they could make toward survival. It was undoubtedly the case that the ancient Tai Chu realm civilization had been forced into a precipice, and if they took another step forward, they would meet their eternal end. What the heavenly light goddess was going to do was extract the shattered heavenly Tao and complete the final step, which was to completely destroy the ancient Tai Chu realm. That's right, the heavenly light goddess was going to make sure that they didn't even have a chance to stand on the precipice. Chapter 22-26. And Lin stood at the center of the hundreds of millions of books and sensed everything around him. The Holy Land of Tai Chu was the last remnant of civilization in the ancient Tai Chu realm. It was the place where the heavenly Tao fluctuated the most violently after the heavenly Tao collapsed. Perhaps the heavenly Tao was also struggling to not be destroyed. The heavenly Tao and the heavenly Tao are very close. Perhaps I'm able to absorb information from the books so quickly not because of darkness, but because of a paramount heavenly God. And Lin thought of the heavenly light goddess. She was most likely trying to use her heavenly god power to absorb information from the books, but she was severely injured by the secret restriction. The heavenly Tao didn't want to die, but only the heavenly Tao could sense the fragments of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly light goddess could sense and absorb the fragments of the heavenly Tao very easily due to her special characteristics. If it weren't for the fact that Enlin was a traitor among the heavenly gods, the heavenly light goddess would have succeeded sooner or later. He didn't know whether this was a coincidence or an inevitability, and Lin felt like fate was not only playing tricks on people, but even the paramount heavenly Tao seemed to be guided by fate. I don't care. I can't let the heavenly light goddess succeed. She's willing to destroy the entire ancient Tai Chu realm in order to obtain a weapon. How could she do such a heartless thing? I wonder whose light she wields. And Lin walked toward the center of the heavenly book library. It was undeniable that a weapon created from the heavenly Tao would be extremely terrifying. Each of its attacks was imbued with the power of an entire world. The heavenly Tao could only be used by the heavenly Tao. At the same time, it was the most suitable weapon for the heavenly Tao to wield. And Lin walked toward a certain place in the heavenly book library and began to carve out a spell formation with his bare hands. That's right, after absorbing the information from all of the books, he knew where the true heavenly book was. There was a heavenly book library in all 10 regions, and each heavenly book library contained a heavenly book. The heavenly book was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao had avoided self-destruction in a very special way. And Lin's spell formation incorporated the history of astronomy, geography, and civilization, as well as the beliefs of all living beings in the 8th region. The spell formation merged into the void, and a peculiar fluctuation suddenly appeared. Then, a book glowing with pure white light appeared in front of Enlin. When Enlin held the book in his hand, it was as if he was holding a world. The invisible weight made his body and divine soul bear unimaginable pressure. This is the broken heavenly Tao. Why does this feeling of destruction excite me? And Lin was a little surprised as he sensed the condition of his body. Darkness represented destruction and nothingness. The power of darkness in his body, like the state of death of the broken heavenly Tao very much. It even evoked its origin. This was a little scary. Could it be that darkness was the symbol of the heavenly Tao's state of destruction? We can't let the heavenly light goddess get her hands on this. As long as the heavenly book is still the heavenly book, the holy land of Tai Chu can continue to exist in this world. But the problem is, where should I put it? If I can't put it in my storage ring, then do I have to carry it with me? And Lin muttered to himself. It was also at this moment that a clear and mesmerizing voice suddenly sounded beside him. Giant and Lin shuddered upon hearing this. Little Na! That's right, it's me. I can sense something missing from the divine mirror world from this book. Can you give it to me for safekeeping? And Lin was ecstatic to hear this. Of course you can, but you can't harm the heavenly book, little Na. This is the fate of the holy land of Taichu. And Lin added after a moment of thought, Don't worry, Giant and Lin. I'm only here to read and sense it. Tina's pleasant voice sounded, and Lin finally agreed upon hearing this. Tina needed the heavenly book, and he needed to keep it safe. Wouldn't it be the best if he could place the heavenly book in the divine mirror world? That was a place that the heavenly light goddess couldn't even enter. How could Lin miss out on this opportunity to kill two birds with one stone? All of a sudden, spatial ripples surged through the air. The power of the two realms began to appear. A pair of slender, fair hands emerged from the ripples and held the heavenly book in Lin's hands, as if it were some extremely precious treasure. Wait for me, Giant and Lin. I'll make this world a better place. Little Na's promise reverberated in his ears. Immediately afterward, the heavenly book and the pair of hands disappeared. Nothing out of the ordinary happened during this entire process, and the concealment restrictions were not triggered. This is going way too smoothly. Am I the one everyone is waiting for? And Lin smiled and began to walk out of the heavenly book library. Outside the heavenly book library, Ing Bao was watching the battle between the two district mayors through the semi-transparent dome. The battle was extremely intense and terrifying, attracting the attention of all living beings in the 10 districts. The entire sky had been destroyed by them. If it weren't for the holy land of Tai Chu's light barrier, the holy land of Tai Chu would have been razed to the ground a dozen times over. No one would be stupid enough to do anything else in such a catastrophic battle. Of course, that was excluding a certain weirdo who still wanted to read in the midst of a great battle. Ing Bao thought of that man and couldn't help but complain, Seriously, Debao is still thinking about reading at a time like this. This is a major event that can topple the entire world. Can't he be a little more concerned? Guqiu was also a little emotional. He really is a weirdo. Others can remain calm even if Mount Tai collapses in front of them, but he's even more impressive. He can still read even if Mount Tai collapses in front of him. When he comes out, the world will change, right? Ing Bao snorted softly. Yeah, the Red Emperor can't hold on any longer. A hint of sadness flashed through Guqiu's eyes as she looked at the heavily wounded woman in the sky. If the Red Emperor was defeated, the 8th district would have a new leader. From then on, there would be no more 8th district, and their fate would be decided by the Dragon Emperor. How tragic would that be? Of course, if they hated the Dragon Emperor, they could also transfer to other districts. After all, they were the stars and had an extremely high degree of freedom. However, it was hard to say for Ing Bao and Su Chan. Guqiu could leave, but this was her home. She would be very disappointed and unwilling to leave just like that. She wanted to resist and help the Red Emperor, but they were powerless to do anything about what was happening in front of them. At this moment, the golden dragon in the sky spat out a ray of light at the Red Emperor. The light illuminated the world, pure and holy. The Red Emperor crossed his swords to block, but in the end he still couldn't withstand the power of the golden dragon's breath. The power of light invaded his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and fiercely collide with the light barrier of the Holy Land. Almost all the living beings cried out in alarm. They knew that the Red Emperor couldn't hold on any longer. At this moment, a man in white walked out of the Heavenly Book Pavilion under the surprised gaze of the two guards and came to the side of the woman who was nervously clenching her fists. Ing Bao, how's the battle situation? It's over. The Red Emperor can't hold on any longer, Ing Bao said with red eyes. Suddenly, she seemed to have sensed something. Her delicate body trembled, and she turned to look at her side. Then, an expression as if she had seen a ghost appeared on her face. Chapter 22-27. Big Brother Debao, you. Why did you come out? Ing Bao pointed at Lin as if he had seen a ghost, and Lin blinked and said, Why did I come out? I came out naturally after I finished reading the books. Don't tell me I was going to sleep in there." Guccio's face showed a hint of annoyance. "It hasn't even been half an hour since we went in, and you say you finished reading the books? Do you know how rare it is to enter the Heavenly Book Pavilion? I really regret giving up a chance to enter the Heavenly Book Pavilion for you." The woman, who had always been as gentle as water and rarely showed many expressions, blushed for the first time. An angry expression appeared on her face, and even the rims of her eyes were red and rippling with tears. She felt that the precious thing she had given up was mercilessly ruined by this man in front of her, and it was ruined in front of her. "Ah, we have some misunderstandings. Actually, I really finished reading all the books." And Lin tried to explain. He couldn't let others feel that his good intentions were all fed to the dogs. However, at this moment, the Dragon Emperor in the sky roared and began to pounce on the heavily injured Red Emperor again. The golden light seemed to cover the heaven and earth, and its power was extremely terrifying. We'll talk about it later. And Lin, who was explaining, suddenly disappeared on the spot. Guccio originally felt a little better when she saw Lin explaining so anxiously. However, he suddenly disappeared again, and she could not help but stomp her feet in anger. "Red Emperor, everything is over." The Dragon Emperor opened his huge mouth and fell from the sky, wanting to pounce on the woman in front of him who was like a withering flower. The Red Emperor clenched his teeth and wanted to stand up to resist, but the vast and powerful light that seemed to have no end made her feel despair. The golden dragon fell, and the world became bright. Suddenly, a black figure blocked in front of the Red Emperor, in front of the light that covered everything. This black that was so deep that it was completely unaffected. It was so deep that billions of people could not even ignore it. A chef came to block the way. "You're courting death." The Dragon Emperor looked at the person who came, and his eyes were filled with disdain. He roared even more and fell towards Lin, completely crushing him, and Lin only stretched out a palm. Bam! The palm collided with the gigantic dragon head. It wasn't as easy as he had imagined. The Dragon Emperor felt as though his head was going to explode. Half of his head caved in from the force of the palm. At this moment, the black shock waves spread out from the contact surface in a ring shape, engulfing and erasing the overbearing and insufferably arrogant light energy that was rushing towards them. A ring that looked like a dark sun suddenly appeared in the bright sky. All the living beings were shocked as they stared blankly at the man in the sky. This, Yunqian's pretty face revealed an unconcealable shock. "This figure seems familiar. F***CK. Isn't that Liu Debao who performed the cooking dance?" The Golden Lewin Dance Empress started to doubt her own eyes. She didn't expect such a strange man to be able to block the Dragon Emperor's shocking attack with his bare hands. Not only him, but all the other artists were the same. Ingbel lightly covered her mouth. Guccio also found it hard to remain calm. She had thought that the other party was afraid to face her and wanted to escape, but it turned out that the other party wanted to fight the Dragon Emperor. The darkness trembled and spread. The Dragon Emperor roared in pain and retreated frantically. When everyone saw his face clearly, they were shocked to discover that a large part of his head was missing, and his eyes were dripping with blood. It was an extremely miserable sight. On the other hand, Lin was still standing on the spot without moving. "Who gave you this power?" And Lin looked at the Dragon Emperor and asked calmly, "Roar." The Dragon Emperor didn't answer Lin's question. He opened his mouth, and a pure and overbearing light energy breath shot at Lin. And Lin extended a single finger and pointed at the air where the light energy breath was. The darkness pierced through the light energy breath with an unstoppable force and shot into the Dragon Emperor's mouth, piercing through the Dragon Emperor's head. The Dragon Emperor's sorrowful wail echoed through heaven and earth once again. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor's body trembled, and his dragon tail suddenly swung toward Lin with a tremendous force. The surrounding space was instantly flattened and distorted by the terrifying force. You're quite durable." And Lin grabbed the air with one hand, and the dragon tail that was swung toward him was caught by him. Then he swung it toward the ground. The gigantic golden dragon was flung to the ground like a whip. Roar! The dragon emperor howled in pain. He looked at the man who was still holding onto his dragon tail, and despair appeared in his eyes for the first time. "Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, I'll let the darkness devour your body right now." And Lin looked at the dragon emperor and said calmly, in Red Ink Workshop, little fatty Dragon Yiksha watched as his father, who was invincible in his heart, was beaten up by that man who he had once called a chef. He felt as though his entire world was collapsing, and his legs unknowingly began to turn to jelly. If such a terrifying man wanted to settle scores with him, what would become of him? At the thought of this, little Fatty felt his pants getting wet. Right at this moment, the Dragon Emperor screamed again. He realized that his tail was slowly being devoured by the darkness. After it was devoured, not only was the flesh and blood gone, even the bones were gnawed clean. This terrifying power really made him panic. "I'll tell you! I'll tell you!" the Dragon Emperor yelled. "It's that woman who calls herself the Heavenly Light Goddess. She gave me power and allowed me to take over all the districts. She planned all of this." All of the living beings in the holy land of Taichu were astonished upon hearing this. The living beings in the second district had the most intense reactions. They had witnessed how powerful the Heavenly Light Goddess was, but they had also witnessed her being annihilated by the terrifying restrictions within the Heavenly Book Pavilion. But now, not only was the Heavenly Light Goddess not dead, but she was also able to control the district chiefs and become the mastermind behind all of this. All of the living beings couldn't believe this. However, they had no choice but to believe it when they saw the power that the Dragon Emperor was using. Everything seemed to make sense now. It really is the work of the Heavenly Light Goddess. She didn't receive the approval of the Heavenly Book Pavilion, so she wants to use the Dragon Emperor to unify all the districts and then unify the Heavenly Book Pavilion. After seeing the real Heavenly Book, and Lin understood that the Heavenly Book was capable of both intimacy and rejection. It would only acknowledge some of the top stars of the Red Ink Workshop. Even if the district had forcefully shoved someone to it, it would still reject them. If that was the case, what was the point of the Heavenly Light Goddess doing all of this? Could it be that she wanted to unify all the districts and then perform as the star? That would indeed save some time. However, and Lin couldn't bear the thought of the Heavenly Light Goddess fighting for the star in person. Was this something that a supreme, heavenly god should do? Was she trying to act cool? Chapter 22-28. Did the Heavenly Light Goddess say anything else? And Lin continued to interrogate. No, really, that's all she told me. She told me to do as she said, or she would kill me. The Dragon Emperor replied in a panicked voice, and Lin made sure that the Dragon Emperor was telling the truth, and he swallowed all of the power of light within the Dragon Emperor's body before releasing the Dragon Emperor. "I'll spare your life today, but if I see you continue to do evil, you'll end up like your tail next time." When the Dragon Monarch heard that he would be able to survive, he was extremely grateful. He grabbed his son and rushed toward the Heavenly Book Pavilion in the 6th district. The Dragon Emperor had already made up his mind. He would hide in the Heavenly Book Pavilion and never come out again until the dust settled. At this moment, the Red Ink Workshop artists were still in a daze. They looked up at the white-robed man in the sky and felt like he was becoming more and more powerful. However, they couldn't relate him to the famous Liu Debao. This was a completely King different scene. "Thank you, Liu Debao." The Red Emperor smiled at Lin. "I have to thank you as well. Thank you for trusting me." And Lin nodded with a grateful expression as he looked at the breathtakingly beautiful woman before him. The battle had come to an end. However, all the living beings in the holy land of Taichu were still in shock. The battle between the two mayors was already shocking enough, but now an unknown top-tier powerful being had appeared and defeated the mayors with ease. What kind of being was this top-tier powerful being? All of the mayors who were still in their respective districts were also a little panicked. Is this world going to change? The Snake Emperor of the 5th District murmured to himself as he looked at the white-robed man in the distance. Actually, this world is going to change ever since the heavenly light goddess appeared. The Spirit Fish Emperor of the 9th District shook his rainbow divine tail as he sighed with emotion. Change? We have no way out. One wrong step and we'll be doomed. The giant Xian Wu of the 2nd District trembled with fear. Who will you support? The Martial Emperor of the 4th District asked. Haha. Of course, it's Lu DeBeo. This kind of expert is the one we should support. The 10th District's Black Emperor grinned. Light, Sky God's power has absolute hope and freedom. Maybe she is not the destroyer we thought she was. King Bai of the 1st Zone spread his 8 wings. He was bathed in the holy light. He spoke calmly as he spoke his thoughts. Each of the district chiefs was using their own special channel to communicate. At this time, Enlin and the Red Emperor had already started to return to Red Ink Workshop. Their return caused all the living beings to cheer at the same time. One after another, the headliners came forward to congratulate them, and the way they looked at Enlin gradually changed. Previously, they had thought that they were in the same industry, and some artists had even treated Enlin with pride and the attitude of looking at the younger generation. However, how would they dare to do that now? The man in front of them was someone who could even beat up the Dragon Emperor. Many of the celebrities looked at Enlin with awe and reverence in their eyes. Lu DeBeo, W, who are you? Ingbao looked at the man in front of her and asked uneasily. Enlin looked at the woman in front of him, who was like a pregnant rabbit, and couldn't help but laugh. He walked forward and suddenly reached out to pinch the young girl's soft and bouncy cheeks. The young girl was so scared that she let out a squeal. He then said with a smile, What? I only went to fight one battle, and you're already turning against me. I didn't. Ingbao immediately panicked and shook her head. Her cheeks were as red as an apple. In her eyes, Enlin was at least on the same level as the district chief. She didn't expect him to speak to her in such a tone. Her heart was racing. Because of your interference, the Dragon Emperor, and I didn't have a winner. But I believe the Dragon Emperor won't dare to cause trouble again. What do you plan to do next? The Red Emperor looked at Enlin and asked in an extremely gentle tone. The Heavenly Light God's target is the Heavenly Book in the Heavenly Book Pavilion, so I'll be one step ahead and protect the Heavenly Book first. Enlin answered truthfully. Heavenly Book. You actually know about the Heavenly Book? Could it be that you've already seen the Heavenly Book in the Heavenly Book Pavilion? The Red Emperor's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at the smiling man in front of her. There was a look of disbelief on her face. While you guys were fighting, I finished reading more than 90 million books and finally found a clue to dig out the Heavenly Book. Then I protected it, and Lin nodded and admitted. Gasp. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath at this moment, especially those who had entered the Heavenly Book Pavilion. They looked at Enlin as if they had seen a ghost. He finished reading more than 90 million books, and he did it while they were watching the battle. What kind of godly operation was this? So fast! Could it be that he really didn't lie to me, and he really finished reading all the books? Gu Qiu stared at the man in front of her in a daze. She realized that there was actually such a person in this world. I thought the Heavenly Book was only a legend. Who would have thought? The Red Emperor looked up at the Heavenly Book Pavilion and sighed. Hearing this, Enlin was even more certain of his guess. The formation of the Heavenly Book Pavilion must have been secretly guided by an unseen big shot. At this moment, a little boy suddenly walked over with a smile. Mr. Lu DeBeo, your performance amazed me. May I invite you to come to my 3rd district and perform for us as a VIP? The little boy cupped his hands toward Enlin solemnly. How could I refuse an invitation from the Spirit Empress? This is exactly what I wanted, so it would be impolite to refuse. And Lin also smiled knowingly. Since the heavenly light goddess wanted the heavenly book, then Lin would take the heavenly book for now. Walk on the enemy's path and leave them with nowhere to go. Big Brother Debeo, why you're really leaving? Will you come back again? Ing Bao was no longer afraid after learning that Lin was leaving. Instead, she blinked her big eyes and asked reluctantly, "Of course I will come back." And Lin nodded and said with a smile, "When I save the world, I will go back to the red ink workshop." Ing Bao couldn't help but laugh. "Bullshit." Just like that, and Lin said goodbye to the artists and the Red Emperor, and followed the Spirit Empress to the 3rd district of the Holy Land of Taichu. The Holy Land of Taichu was actually not very large. It was divided into 10 districts, and each district was about the size of a big city. The only special feature was that the creatures in the cities were particularly powerful, and there were basically no weaklings. The most powerful person in the district was the district mayor. Each district mayor, with some kind of force in the district, could exert combat power comparable to the god of creation. They were the most important pillars of the holy land of Taichu and the gods in the eyes of the creatures. However, this image began to lose its balance after Lin beat up the Dragon Emperor in public. The atmosphere of a storm enveloped the entire holy land of Taichu. A hole began to appear in the translucent film, and Lin and the Spirit Empress passed through the hole and came to the 3rd district. Chapter 22-29. The 3rd district was pretty much the same as the 8th district. The only difference would be the architectural style. There were many houses floating in the sky here, and most of them were round, looking like small floating balls. Our district's Heavenly Book Pavilion is located on the highest floating ball in the center of the city. There is also a large cultural and art center on it called the Immortal Spirit Market. The Celestial Emperor pointed at the huge blue ball floating in the sky and said, "Immortal Spirit Market." And Lin looked at the ball in the sky, and a smile appeared on his face. "How do I enter the Heavenly Book Pavilion? I will hold an Immortal Spirit Night today. You have to be the star of the show according to the requirements. Only then will you be qualified to enter the Heavenly Book Pavilion," the Celestial Emperor said. "I still have to perform? Can I go through the back door?" And Lin felt a headache coming on. "I'm sorry, you can't do that. This is the rule of the Heavenly Book Pavilion. Even I can't break the rule. Otherwise, you will be punished by the Heavenly Book Pavilion," the Celestial Emperor said helplessly, and Lin heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. In that case, the Heavenly Light Goddess would have to perform too. "I can only be the organizer of the Immortal Spirit Night, but I have no right to interfere. I can't interfere with the voting or the number of stars participating. Otherwise, your title as the star of the show will have no effect on the Immortal Spirit Market," the Celestial Emperor explained. And Lin was curious. "How do you know all this?" The Celestial Emperor's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. However, and Lin got the answer from his expression. This kid had done something like this before, and Lin smiled and didn't ask any more questions. Under the Celestial Emperor's arrangement, he successfully became a trainee of the Immortal Spirit Market and prepared to participate in the Immortal Spirit Night tonight. The Celestial Emperor kept Lin's appearance a secret. He only announced to the public that a mysterious artist would also be participating in the Immortal Spirit Night. Soon night fell. The light barrier changed from the daytime simulation system to transparent. The real night and the stars began to appear. The 3rd district was full of fireworks. Many spherical buildings floated in the sky, emitting colorful fluorescent light. They looked like colorful bubbles floating in the sky. This scene looked extremely dreamy and beautiful. However, the most beautiful thing was the large spherical building in the center, the Immortal Spirit Market. The Immortal Spirit Square was dark blue in color and looked enchanting. It wasn't ostentatious, and it wasn't as gorgeous as a few spherical buildings. However, the creatures of the third region loved it the most, and their gazes also lingered on it the most. It was because it was extremely pure and clean. With a single look, it felt as if one's soul had been cleansed. This was a completely different style from Red Ink Workshop. That night, all the higher-ups in Division 3 came to this place to watch the grand performance. The world was no longer peaceful, but this place was still filled with songs and dances. They have suffered enough. Therefore, when something big happened, they were still able to maintain a calm state of mind. Their hearts didn't fluctuate, and they even wanted to watch the show. How many headliners do you think will appear tonight? I don't know, but I want to see Fong Ling on stage. I've been thinking about her Language of the Wind for an entire year. Fong Ling. Are you dreaming? She's the #1 star of the Immortal Spirit Marketplace. How can she show her face so easily? I haven't seen her perform in 3 years. Sigh, I actually want to see Lou DeBeo's cooking dance more. He's so powerful and talented. I wonder how elegant his cooking dance will be. Then you're dreaming even more. Who do you think he is? Just one performance is enough to shock the entire Holy Land. I'm so envious of the audience in Red Ink Workshop. The audience in the Immortal Spirit Marketplace was in a heated discussion, and they were in high spirits. The artistes began to appear one after another, and the scene ushered in waves of climaxes. The headliners were even more outstanding, showcasing their unique skills that amazed the audience. At this moment, Lin appeared under the watchful eyes of the audience. He held a pan in his left hand and a spatula in his right. The scene completely exploded before he even began his performance. Not only were the audience screaming, but even the artistes backstage and the headliners were screaming loudly. He's here, that man is here. The cooking dance had long been famous in the Holy Land of Taichu, and Lin's invincible strength when he brutally crushed the Dragon Emperor made this cooking dance even more legendary. Everyone longed for the opportunity to see Lin's cooking dance with their own eyes, but they didn't expect this day to actually come, and it came so fast and so unexpectedly. This kind of surprise even made some of the audience so excited that they wanted to go into shock. The fear and uneasiness of the audience that Lin had imagined did not appear. What appeared in front of him was a tsunami of cheers and shouts. Without a doubt, his arrival directly made the atmosphere in the Immortal Spirit Marketplace reach its peak. Before the performance even began, he had already become the most attractive person on the Immortal Spirit Night. Of course, the cooking dance still had to continue. The classic "Chicken You Are Too Fragrant" dance song began to appear, and Lin once again performed the legend of the cooking dance, and he successfully achieved his goal of bribing everyone by sharing the chicken with them. There weren't any top-tier stars on this night. There were only 3 ordinary stars on the Immortal Spirit Night to keep up appearances. Naturally, they were beaten to a pulp by Lin. Of the 60,000 tickets, Lin alone received more than 30,000 tickets, which was more than all the remaining artists combined. At the same time, he also received more than 5 times more tickets than the headliners who received the most tickets. It could be said that he completely crushed everyone else. At this time, the #1 headliner in the Immortal Spirit Marketplace, Fong Ling, learned that Lin was eager to enter the Heavenly Book Pavilion, so she generously gave Lin a chance to enter the Heavenly Book Pavilion, giving up her major contribution benefits. And Lin successfully entered the Heavenly Book Pavilion. History was always surprisingly similar, and Lin was still a little emotional. He didn't know why the top-tier headliners were so nice to him. Was it to form a good relationship? Did this mean that they had chosen him? After entering the Heavenly Book Pavilion, Lin did not waste any time. He immediately used the power of the Heavenly God of Darkness to absorb all the knowledge and Tao realm true meanings in the Heavenly Book Pavilion. It was good to have complete darkness. No matter how large the amount of information was, his brain was not afraid. It was like a bottomless pit absorbing everything. And Lin's knowledge reserve skyrocketed once again. These books were very interesting. There were countless Tao spells and immortal spells, and even though they weren't of the highest caliber, there were some unique ideas and special Tao realms that could help Enlin comprehend things by analogy. As a result, Enlin's Tao integration stage cultivation base was on the verge of breaking through. Of course, the majority of the books were the civilizations and cultures of the various races. After Enlin finished learning, he could even casually create a poem that would be passed down through the ages. He had read more than 10,000 books, and his pen was like a god. And Lin had already read more than 100 million books. He was a god.